Slow down, Leah. Every time we have one of these, it turns into him and Abigail telling us what we did wrong. No matter what I say, I always end up being told how I've made things hard for everyone else. I already know this meeting won't go well because we've had plenty before, and they always end the same way. To everyone saying I should leave the group chat, I will. I definitely am. If they have a problem with me, they can stop hiding behind their phones and say it to my face instead of putting me on blast in a group message. Yes, Grandma lives with us. We all moved into a house together, and I don't actually know the full reason why. She's very nice, and honestly, the only person in the house I feel comfortable around. I'm not sure if she or Sophia contributes to the rent. I'm out of high school. I didn't graduate, but I'm finishing my remaining credits through online classes. It's not many left, and I should be done soon. I also have a good paying job and be getting promoted soon. I've been saving money and plan to keep doing that. Suggested I just buy my own bath mat, and honestly, I do still talk to her. She's the one who placed me here because she thought it would be better for me. My brother now lives here too because she's struggling financially and doesn't currently have a place of her own. About my dad. This isn't new. I've had issues with my dad and Abigail for years. My dad has never really helped me emotionally. I've tried as best as I know how, without having role models to show me how to communicate, how...
Okay.
Ow! Girl, how do you always do that? Do I need to wear turtlenecks?
I feel and explain why things hurt me. He either shrugs it off or gets angry. If I keep pushing, it turns into a screaming match. A lot of people told me to try having a heart-to-heart with him, even though I said it never works. I tried anyway. He was working like always. I completely glued to his laptop. I asked if he could take 10 minutes to talk about what happened in the group chat. He said, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Oh. I started tearing up. Oh. As I walked away, I told him, "I wish you would see how much pain you caused me." He just kept clicking away at his computer. At one point, I got so frustrated that I left a note in the bathroom asking her to stop moving my things. It wasn't written nicely, I admit. He told me they do the same thing to him, and that I just have to let them walk all over me. Later, I had to write her an apology letter to get my Wi-Fi turned back on because I moved her things too. And I could hear her laughing at it since the bathroom is right next to my room. Wow. Whatever's for these people. Since then, I've mostly stayed locked in my room and only come out to eat. Aw, that's where things stand right now. I'll update again if the meeting happens. I left a damp mat to dry over the tub. I was put on blast.
I don't know who's wrong.
Hi, I'm Leah, 18 female. I recently got into a fight with my dad's girlfriend's mom, and I feel like I got ganged up on over something small. By the way, this comes from Advanced Claim 9750, and if you want to submit, as Opie says, my dad's girlfriend is Abigail, 30s female, and her mom is Sophia, 60s female.
Oh.
I share a bathroom with Sophia. Or do you buy chocolate bar?
You gotta do some laundry. Bonner Pimsley. If you gotta clean Bonner Pimsley.
Fucking sunburnt, yo.
You are. I have a theory of what Ian's may be. I wanted to give my guess after you guys are done. Or you can't.
You can guess now. I'm not gonna change mine. I wrote my answer.
Bad drivers. I don't know why. I'm just saying.
I do bring that up often
You
when
do?
I come in.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I hate it. It's just you're driving a 3,000-pound machine. You should be better at this.
People piss me off.
People piss me off.
When I'm driving, I hate other drivers and pedestrians, but when I'm a pedestrian, I'm like,
I hate the driver.
I hate the driving. This is so your fault.
This was living in New York. I hated every driver in the world.
Oh.
Now I hate and I especially hate the cyclist. The cyclist is the enemy to both the cars and the people.
No, honestly, same. Pisses me off. I am like, why can't you go on the fucking sidewalk? They're like, because we can't. I'm like, okay.
And then when I'm walking on the sidewalk, I'm like, you better put your fucking ass on the road.
All right, get off the sidewalk.
sidewalk.
This isn't the side fight.
Yeah, no,
Let's
I
go,
don't think
bitch.
so, pal.
Okay, ready? Biggest pet peeve, flip.
Oh, damn. Dog not listening or people.
People? Just people in general? Okay, I said cheating on trivia. What did you put?
Dog not
Right,
listening.
but what is your...
See, that, again, I almost think you do deserve a point for that because that is a massive pet peeve of mine that people know. But honestly, the one that I keep inside is when people get ready too close to the departure time. Like if you need to get somewhere within 15, if you like need to leave at 9 o'clock
Right,
with your friend
right.
and your friend's like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna hop in the shower. No. You've missed your time to get in the shower.
Right.
Like 8:50.
Like, oh my god.
Honestly, I agree. That shit's irritating as fuck.
It's so, because no matter what, they're like, no, I'm gonna do it really fast. We're gonna be late.
Yeah,
You've sealed us being late.
yeah. Which is super annoying. Even though I'm not the most timely person in general myself. However, I agree. That's annoying as fuck. John does that shit and it drives me insane.
I can't stand
We'll
it.
be chilling. He's like on the bed playing the Switch, and all of a sudden I'm like, we gotta leave. And like, well, he's like, yeah. And he's like, I'm just gonna jump in the shower. I'm like, you know, the shower's been there
The shower this whole time.
this whole day.
Oh, guess what? The shower got delivered. No.
No, right.
Fucking, it's there.
The water got turned on.
Uh-huh.
No, bitch. Get your fucking ass in the shower, or don't shower. I don't give a
Or
fuck.
don't shower, put on
I
some
don't give
Dio.
a fuck.
Uh-huh.
How bad could it be? Anyways, I wrote cheating on trivia though, because
Yes.
I feel like that's really where
I think
get
you
you.
deserve a point for that.
Really?
So, yes, because that is a huge pet peeve of mine.
Okay.
And everyone, like, when my girl comes to trivia tomorrow, in fact, she
out.
will be introduced to the side of me that she hasn't seen.
What if she's a cheater? And not like sorry, not a trivia cheater.
That, like, honestly would be very hard to forgive. But I don't think she is. I don't. But this is, this is putting.
Well, plus she knows not to do it.
She knows at this point that it really
Okay.
just grinds my gears.
My pet peeve that I wrote down was technology not working.
Fuck, that's, I was gonna put audio equipment not working.
I get so like something that just really pisses me off is when any sort of technology just like doesn't work when it should. When a computer doesn't work quick enough, I'm constantly cussing out my computer. Sydney knows. When we used to, now our offices aren't close together, but when they were, she could like hear me being like, "You fucking piece of shit."
Oh, she'd be like screaming at her computer.
Like, screaming is
Or
dramatic.
you'd be like, what the fuck? No, you would get pissed.
I can't stand when shit doesn't work the way that it fucking should work.
See, one of my favorite things to do is to hit the God damn it when some shit isn't working.
Yes.
Some fucking A, man.
Fucking piece of shit. When my phone is lagging for no reason.
Oh.
When an app won't load when it's supposed, when I'm Googling something and it takes forever when I have full bars, it says. It like sends me into orbit. My computer.
I like hitting the because with my sound system sometimes I need to like redo the wires, and every single time I go like, fucking blow me. Fuck this shit.
Suck my
dick, bro.
I say that a lot.
Fuck this. But it's cathartic. It's cathartic to swear such as this.
It gives me anxiety. I remember being like, what's wrong? What's wrong? You know, and she's like, oh, my internet's slow.
A slow internet signal? When you're paying, that'll send me into orbit too. When you're paying for fucking 1 gig or whatever, and you do the fucking test, and it's like 500. Fuck you.
Suck it. Fuck you. And what's fucked is that it's a controlled decision by the internet overlords to throttle my shit.
Anyways, back to what did you say though? People or my dog's not listening?
Yeah.
People is hilarious because low-key correct.
Yeah, well,
People be doing dumbass shit all day.
all day, every day.
Stupid fucking people. My dog's not listening is also really irritating. But
Not a pet peeve. I
that's
mean, I
just
guess
like
that's a literal
that's a pet peeve. Dang. Yeah, but not like technology.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
You get a point. You
All
get
right.
a point for yours.
All right.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday? Still 3 days away.
Okay, plans get canceled last minute. Are you relieved or annoyed?
Ready?
Okay.
I think you're annoyed.
I think you're relieved. With a smiley face.
I put annoyed.
You put annoyed.
And here, I'll explain. I was about to put relieved. The reason I put annoyed is because if there is like a legitimate plan that's like we
You prepped
planned it, we're
Yeah.
prepped for it, we've been talking about it, and you flake out, that's gonna irritate me. Because I'm like, I personally try not to be a flake. Like,
Yes.
which is also, I won't commit to things. That's my, like, if I'm committing,
You're going.
I'm committing unless like something bad happens or whatever. But like, unless it's something stupid, that doesn't matter. But like, if it's a legit plan, and if I'm committing, I'm committing. And that's why a lot of times I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel. It depends.
No, because maybe this is another pet peeve of mine are flakes. Because I like it when people don't commit because they know like I don't know if I can do it. But there's certain friends of mine who need to learn this. Do not agree to something if you don't think you can do it. Now what's interesting is I put relieved. I wish I were annoyed.
You put relief?
But relieved for myself. I wish I were annoyed, but I was thinking I have to be honest with myself. You remember these past couple times when chess night got canceled?
Right. Oh fuck! I should have thought about that.
Every time I was like, I'm plussed.
Dang! I thought for sure you'd be like, if trivia night, if my homies don't show up to trivia night when they're going to, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
I would see, but that doesn't happen with trivia night because it's my parents and Max's parents. So it's a bunch of like 60-year-olds.
And your girl tomorrow.
And my girl tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, what about like with relationships then? So like if say you had a date planned.
See, this actually happened on Friday with the girl. No, not on Friday. Saturday.
Let's give her a name. What are we calling her?
I don't know. No, we'll go another name. Teresa.
Teresa.
Yes,
Perfect.
Teresa.
Okay.
This is not her real name, but Teresa. She on Saturday we were supposed to hang out. We were gonna walk Alice down to the burger place and then get burgers and ice cream and beer.
Okay.
And then walk back and watch a movie.
Right.
An ideal Saturday.
Right.
But she remembered the day before I have to go to a birthday party, and she tried to invite me, but it was a karaoke room, and I couldn't go.
You love a karaoke.
I love it, and that's why I was like, please, but apparently the friend had over-invited me.
Oh, I see. So it wasn't
So I
your
could go.
choice. Okay.
And you know, in a relationship, I'm way more understanding about this sort of thing because I'm like, I'm gonna see you again.
Yeah.
That's no big deal.
Right.
It's okay.
Right. And it wasn't like, oh, she just blew you off because
No,
whatever.
no. And if it were for like a proper, like we've made this plan
Right.
months in
If
advance.
it's like we can't reschedule, but like burgers and ice cream and beers.
It's so, and we still did that. We just didn't do the movie after.
There you go.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I think it's okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Next.
You guys both guessed each other's.
Opposite.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
0 points for either. Wow.
All right. Most worn clothing item.
Awesome.
Not
Oh, you threw
underwear
ya.
or whatever. Undergarments. Like it can be like the same if you wear something a lot. You know what I mean? Obviously not like shirt, pants.
Not like jeans.
No,
Like,
like
that's
you have to
stupid.
like point something out. That
Okay. Fuck.
was this hard to answer for yourself? Both of you?
No.
I just was trying to think of a way to phrase it.
Mine's so fucking easy. Wear like the same shit every day. Well, not right now, but whatever. Okay, ready? Flip. Your football shoes,
Yeah, I do.
sweatsuits,
Yeah,
king.
yeah, you got it.
Sweatsuits is exactly what I wrote.
I wrote whatever dunk I recently purchased, and that was the football shoe.
What brand are those? Right now?
They are Nike Dunks with the skate brand Limousine.
Yeah, and they look like footballs. They're fucking sick.
Thank you. I changed out the laces because
Yeah.
it's no longer football season.
Oh. Yeah, you've been wearing those like every day,
I
basically.
wear them every day.
I was gonna say that or the carpet shirt.
I do wear that, the blue carpet. I wear it all, and Carpet, by the way, they just opened up their new store on Baltimore, and I'm very happy for them.
Oh, great.
What's a carpet shirt?
It's
You've seen the carpet shirt.
it's a blue shirt that just says carpet on it.
Oh.
He wears it a lot. And the other hat, that's like it looks like the Coexist hat, but it's not.
Oh, that's the Joy Tactics, the
Yeah.
podcast Joy Tactics, Joyful Tactician. And then this hat as well, but
What is on the back? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you also wear that. What does that shirt say?
it says it's not, because Supreme does not, it's a Supreme shirt.
Period.
It's supposed to say Supreme in Arabic, but that word is not in the Arabic language, so it says Subham? I don't know. Try my best, but it just means glory.
Okay.
Glory, so close enough.
Very good. Yeah, sweatsuits, baby. Yeah, catch me in a sweatsuit as much as possible. In the summer, oversized shirt, biker shorts.
See, this
The
is
summer equivalent.
I don't own any shorts, and I
don't own shorts?
I don't own shorts.
Okay.
I like my legs to be conservative.
You're very conservative,
I'm
man.
a conservative man. Yes, not yes. Well, end it there. Period.
End of that period. Okay.
I really, really do mean it. My mom collects snowmen, and I was just scrolling.
You ever go to the gym when you is not like motivation? You train out me behind it, motivate each other. Remember, it gives me some ear telling proud and no.
It's fucked because I don't know.
Okay, birth date and year.
I bet you know mine exactly, which is fucked because I don't know yours.
It's okay,
I know,
man.
I realized maybe that wasn't very fair because
But I know
probably.
you know mine.
Sure do. If I get this wrong with me, really embarrassing. But I'm pretty positive I know yours. I think I know
I don't think I know.
everyone's here because
You're the manager.
every manager has to know everyone's birthday. Just kidding. I don't know. No, I think it's because I know everyone's sign. And although I don't know if I know everyone's age, I think I do. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, ready? I said July 22nd, 99 or 97.
You have it exact.
Yeah, Cancer. I knew it was the 22nd.
August 7th, 1995. Do I have any of this right?
You have August, right?
Fuck. Wait, not 95?
No, 94, dog. I'm 31.
I thought you were 30.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And the 7 is right, but there's a number in front of that.
17. It'll be drilled in from now on. I will
August
not forget.
17th, 1994. That's all right. All right. Hit me with a point, please.
I think you're walking away with this one then.
We'll see. We got some more.
Most memorable moment you had while recording MHP so far.
I don't know. I feel like we might have the same answer for this. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Flip. Halloween when you were Peter Thiel.
Fuck, I put We'd Love to See It or Mothman.
No, that's the same episode.
No, Peter Thiel was not
Or
Mothman.
not? No, that's not what I meant to say. Fuck my Chungus life. I meant to say Carl Lentz. That's what I was thinking.
Oh. Okay,
I didn't mean to say that.
Then we still got it.
I swear. Can I still? Yeah, does that still count?
Yeah, it still counts.
I promise you, I meant to say Carl Lentz, not Panfield. I was gonna say that originally, but then I was like, no, I think the episode. Plus, I wasn't even there for that because I don't remember. I was sick or something. And I feel like the other one was even more iconic.
Because that's what I wrote down. Billionaires.
Yes.
But then I put Mothman with Janelle.
Yes.
We're not there for billionaires.
Carl Lentz.
Nice.
We both got it.
That was an iconic episode. We were Mothman, Kendall was Kim Possible, I was an AI robot, and Ian was Carl Lentz. Most like random
I know.
4 characters.
I
there
thought
are.
Kendall's was so funny because she just wanted to be
She just wanted to be Kendall Possible. Yeah, that was a great episode. I just loved the fucking, remember the jewelry that we bought and the what else? Oh, the fucking watch.
The watch was so. And I honestly, like, even though I love that Supreme shirt that I wore with it, I haven't been able to wear it since that much. Because I think every time I put it on, I'm like, I'm Carl again.
Carl! Oh, the glasses.
Dude, the glasses. And you guys both were very kind to me about having my hair styled in that fashion. Because I don't normally do that.
What?
It's kind of like the swoop. It was like the
Oh,
max.
yeah. Yeah, you look at fire, dog.
You were kind. Kind.
Yeah, that was a great episode. The other one I was gonna say is, which actually, no, this was the same recording. I'm pretty sure we were high. No, you weren't. You don't smoke weed, but we were outside hitting the joint, and I'm pretty sure it was for that same episode.
It was. That was. I think that's
We were
the
just-
only episode that you guys have gotten high with me.
We were just giggling, and the love to see it is good too. I'm not even gonna try to explain it to people because it's like one of those you had to be there, otherwise it's not funny. But me, Josh, Kendall, and Ian think that you'll love to see it.
To see it, we love to
We
see
say
it.
it constantly because one time Josh said it in like the funniest setting, and anyways, it was a good time. Okay, very good. Great job. We both get a point.
Nice. Okay, one item of a free Amazon subscription for life.
I don't know what you're gonna put, but I have a guess.
Wait, can I look up something to see if it's sold on Amazon? Because I think I have a guess. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god.
I can't see.
Ian, what'd you write for me?
Toilet paper. Just because that would be useful, would it
It
not?
would. I put white monsters for you.
That's
What'd you write?
correct. Toilet paper.
Toilet.
Double toilet. Because everyone would take that,
No,
I
that's
think.
so real. I get my toilet paper from Costco though.
True, so you don't even have to think about it.
I don't even think about it.
What's yours?
Floss picks.
Whoa, dude.
I
That's
didn't
how.
even know what else to pick.
That's how much better your tooth care is than mine. That I wouldn't even consider that a possibility.
Well, I don't even know what to pick. I was looking through my Amazon shit and I was like, I don't really have that much like on repeat. It's kind of stupid. Probably could have come up with something better. Toilet paper is honestly probably right, but
I also my issue is I don't use Amazon really at all.
oh,
Because I think to myself, I'm just gonna go to the store.
can't relate.
That's okay.
Can't relate, dog. Yeah. Okay. We both got that one wrong. Fuck. It's okay.
The one thing you won't skimp on, no matter what.
I cannot believe I'm learning Japanese right now. This is insane.
Ready?
Uh-huh.
I said,
Dude,
what did you
yes.
say? Concert ticks? Oh, that's fucking genius, Ian. That's better than mine.
Yours. You still get a point, even though it's not. Well, actually, no.
I said ingredients for a delicious homemade meal or seafood dinner.
I put my exact wording, fancy dinner. So
Fancy dinner.
you definitely get a point for that. And also, yeah, I spend too much at the grocery store because I'm like, I want to make this shit right.
You're always coming up with, you're always telling me that you're making these elaborate dinners and shit. So, and you don't like, you don't take the easy way out. Like you never use a whatever, like you're always using like from scratch ingredients.
Yes, this is important to me, which is why I burned down my house on mashed potatoes.
And you know what?
Things.
And we 10 out of 10 would do it again. Fuck, I should have put concert tickets, because that's 100% just as... Give them a point for that, honestly. That's just as true. I put my dog's health and vet need.
Fuck, that's very true.
I don't care what it costs. If my pets need it, don't care, do it. I'm very, very blessed to be in that situation. I recognize that that is a privilege. I don't judge others who are not in that situation. I'm also very blessed to be able to afford pet insurance, which has come in clutch many times. Let me just say that. But also concert tickets.
Well, so concert tickets.
But also concert tickets.
But I will agree. Like, you know, Alice, I got her pet insurance because of her upcoming spay, which I've now had to put off for a million years again.
Yeah.
But like when her eye thing happened with her steroids, that was like a grant that I had to drop on a weekend, but it didn't matter.
Don't care.
Yeah, because it's for the dog.
Don't care. I'm like, whatever. And I'm so anxious that they're like, you can do a test now, but it costs another $50, or you can wait a week for the results. I want the
Roll
results
it down.
right now. But concert tickets is
Concert
so
tickets.
true too. Like I always say, I will not go to a concert with bad seats. I will drop money on concert tickets.
Which I think, I mean, it's fucked up. I think that in order to get good seats at a concert these days,
It's-
you have to.
It's insane. It's
But
a
fuck it.
fucking ripoff.
That's why when the last concert I went to, I spent hella money on, but because it was for a girl. But that doesn't count. The concert before that, the Rebirth Brass Band, because they're a smaller act and it was just Max and I and a bunch of old people. Cheap as hell.
Yeah, I love when that happens. I see some like, okay Maggie, go ahead. Some like Grateful Dead cover bands that are like smaller and their concert tickets for like GA is like $50. I'm like,
Boom.
fuck yeah.
Boom.
But I have spent money on concert tickets. In fact, I'm going to I'm going to Rufus Du Sol in Seattle in June. And I'm going to see them again in August when they come here.
Whoa.
It's worth it to me. That's like really something that I think is worth my money. That the experience of live music.
I completely agree.
It's one of my favorite things in the entire world. I don't give a fuck about clothing, designer shit. Could give two fucks. But I will spend it on a good dinner
Good dinner.
and a good concert.
You know, I
my
saw,
dogs.
and my puppy, in 2015, I saw prior to them becoming stars. I mean, they were on the rise at this point. Young Thug
Oh,
and Travis Scott, but he was sick, so he just came up and he was like, it's gonna be a Young Thug concert, and that's when I fell in love with Young Thug, and I cannot. This is why live music is important. 'Cause before this, I didn't really care for Young Thug, but then I saw the man in action.
Live music will, like, there's certain things like, oh, yeah, it's okay, like, I'm not a big fan or whatever. I'm like, you have to hear it live. Oh, excuse you, Alice, period. You alright there, girlfriend? You have to hear it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Maggie's like, why are you barking at me?
I also like, you know, with we're gonna have an incident with like with the Rebirth Brass Band. I never, you know, they're a jazz marching band from New Orleans. They put out a lot of that style of music, but during their tune-up, when they were just like in the beginning doing sound check, they played La Vie en Rose by Louis Armstrong. There,
Oh,
right?
yes.
And it brought a tear to my eye because I'm like, this isn't even the show. Like,
It's extra special when you get a little
I know.
unexpected treat
It's
from
making
someone.
me emotional even now. Like, thank you.
Seriously.
'Cause it's wonderful.
And you can't get this feeling anywhere else than at a concert when you're at a show surrounded by people who are there to say the same thing, like the same music, and everyone's dancing and knows the lyrics and is just like hugging and high-fiving, and like I forgot the word for it, but there is a certain feeling you get that just, it's just such an energy.
It washes over you.
It does.
Really. I mean, I understand why people are like addicted to fucking going to show, or like back in the day with the Dead.
Yeah.
Right? Like people just literally their whole lives are dedicated
Yeah,
to going to shows.
dedicated to just touring with them. Wow, that's so cute of us. Okay, next.
All right. Your biggest ick.
See, this one's hard too because I feel like Ian, you don't even have icks.
I brought up one. I brought it up.
Okay. Oh wait, you brought it up?
I brought up mine many a time. my one ick, but it's not really an ick. It's just more of a, I don't know. I don't believe in an ick because love reigns supreme.
Okay, relax.
I don't believe in that.
Get out my hay, get out my hay, get out my hay. Milkshake.
You can get $25 to $250 in cash advance sent to your account. Download Grand Cash Advance from the App Store today.
Okay, ready? What? I said picky eaters for you.
Bad hygiene is what I put for you.
That is hilarious. It's so not true.
I don't know. I just
You would think that I'd give a fuck?
I don't know. I just imagine like if a really stinky person was stalking.
I will say this: people who don't brush their teeth irritate me.
God Almighty.
Brush your fucking teeth.
Brush your teeth. It's not that once at least.
At least once.
At least.
That like not showering though. I don't really give a fuck.
Okay, true. That's that dead lifestyle.
That is so funny that you think that.
Body odor is, I mean,
I don't love it. Like, do we ever? Is anyone like, oh, you smell like shit, and come here, I can't get enough? No.
Dude, there are people who love the musk. I knew this one disgusting person in New York who, like, she made fetish content
Oh.
that was like specifically for stinky, grossy things.
Wow. That's real. There is really something out there for everyone.
Mhm.
That's insane.
All men are truly brothers.
wait, so quick question. How are they getting a smell over a video?
Well, she was stinky in herself, but her content would provide images that would elucidate a scent within one's mind. You would see, like, she licked an airplane toilet seat in one.
That's insane.
She never did dish. She also was my weed dealer, and she had a crush on me, so I kind of I towed that line for a while.
Right, because you don't want to get rid of your weed deal.
No, and it was free.
She gave you free weed?
Because she had a crush on me, so.
Sounds like a great deal to me.
Uh-huh.
I would take it.
One time, as a joke, I was high and drunk over at her apartment, and she had like one of her content dildos that was like a wall one that you
Oh, yep.
stuck on the wall, and I stuck it on my forehead, like, and I took a picture like a unicorn. It was really funny, and then when I took it off,
It left a mark.
it left a huge mark for days, and then I got a little rash on that mark.
Ew.
It was like in a perfect circle, just like all
Ew.
these scratchy things. And then her friend made us do like a fetish game show, which was just gross.
Yeah.
It was just gross.
Like what?
Yeah.
The first challenge was you had to do makeup using like animal parts.
What?
Like, yeah, dude, it was a freak,
Like what?
like pig's blood.
How are you getting that?
They had it.
The fuck?
You just go to a butcher.
Yeah.
They got it all.
Yeah.
And then the second part of it, I think it was who could last like being licked by a cow's tongue. And then
See, that like doesn't. Is that?
The cow's
Am I okay?
just a tongue.
That doesn't gross me out at all.
It didn't gross me out. The last, and that's why I survived. All these other pussy ass dudes were like, I don't want to put blood on my face. I was fucking
The blood thing is like not great. The cow thing.
relaxed. But
I would want that.
Yeah, give me the tongue.
I would love to be kissed by any animal.
Well, it was like a severed tongue.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not like
just,
you're sitting there with cows licking.
That's just fucking weird.
It was weird, but I did great. Let me tell you,
Okay.
all these other pussy dudes,
That's
they were
right.
football players,
Uh-huh,
losers.
uh-huh.
Not me. The only challenge I lost at, the only reason I lost the game show, was the final challenge was to see how many women could stand on your back wearing heels.
Ow.
And I just physically did not have as much space as the other men, so they couldn't fit as
How
many.
many people fit on you?
I think I got 3 on.
Ow.
Like skinny heels?
Skinny, like.
Stilettos. Oh.
So
Jesus
anyhow,
Christ.
there's another fun story.
All right, another lure for Mia. Thank you. Okay, I said picky user. Was I right?
You are absolutely right.
All right.
I said specifically avoidance to seafood.
I was gonna say that.
But as you know, I've adjusted.
Right.
Adjusted that.
And maybe you'll be able to train. What was the name we gave her?
Teresa.
Teresa. Maybe Teresa will not train. That sounded rude. But inspire.
And you know what? It hasn't icked me out at all. I
Right.
mean, it's a little like, come on, please.
It's just a little bit inconvenient because you're like, I really want oysters, and she's like,
Right.
fuck off.
Well, she's like, you can get them.
Right.
But
I ain't eating that shit.
I want the oyster to be a joint experience.
Right. No, I feel that. Okay.
Last one.
Yep, last one.
Oh, wait. My biggest, also, I wrote. Oh, I didn't even say what my biggest hit was.
Oh, yeah, you haven't yet. Sorry.
MAGA.
Oh, fucking true, bro. I almost put down Republicans, but.
MAGA specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope that any listening take offense to that, and I hope there are none listening at this point. You would think they would know.
Fucking get off.
Okay, last one. Let's go.
All right. Point of view: you're hosting and need a cook to impress your guests. What are you going to cook?
It's not a word. All right, ready? Flip. Miso salmon. Period.
You did just say it, so.
I said, okay. I actually wrote some type of like seafood pasta, but like that half counts because that is a seafood. You could throw that thing on a bed of spaghetti. You're good to go.
You're good to go.
I said some type of meat like steak or fish and potatoes and asparagus for you.
You know, unfortunately that's not what
What'd you write?
So I have 3 options.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Carbonara for the girls.
Yeah, I should have known that. You just had
I just made it
a
for Teresa.
literal mountain of it for leftovers. That was wild.
Teresa is a small person, so I made a lot, and then she did not eat much. For the boys, carne asada.
Okay.
And then for co-ed, chicken parm.
That's weird that you're gendering
I just thought
meals.
it would be funny to put it.
Chicken parm, okay.
But I did notice when I made a chicken parm Caesar salad with French fries for my New Year's meal solo.
Yeah.
When I showed it to my friends, the girls did respond to that way more than the guys. The guys were uninterested in the chicken parm Caesar salad.
Bunch of bitches.
That's what I'm fucking saying.
Okay, good. Very good. Carne asada, I didn't know. Well, I know you like steak.
It is. So actually, you should get a half point because
well,
that is a steak.
I don't know though. But that's like, I thought you were gonna do like some other sides with that. I don't think I should get a point.
No.
I don't think so. All right. Ian gets. Give Ian. What do you think you get a point or a full point? Half a point or a full point for miso salmon?
I think half because you said fish.
Okay. All right. Half point for Ian. No points for me. Okay. Who's the winner?
I think you ran away with that shit.
I don't know, Ian.
Well, we learned a lot about it.
We did learn a lot about each other. Anything else you'd like the people to know?
I did not hook up with a fetish content girl.
Okay.
I really want that to be clear.
Got it. Thank you.
What else? I don't know. Peace and love.
Do you know your moon sign?
No, I do know my moon is Pisces.
Oh, right. Great. Peace and love. Cheers.
I think I
Should have drank beer during this.
Dude, fuck it. Monday I'm off the beer, but I would have had a beer with you.
Oh, right. Yeah, same. I'm off the beer on weekdays, but fuck it.
Except for trivia.
Tuesday trivia. Are you going tomorrow?
Yes. I mean, Teresa and I also, we have dinner reservations at 9:45 at Alma Fonda Fina, but I'm looking to potentially move them.
A dinner reservation at 9:45 on a Tuesday is wild, but you go off.
I didn't. I just, because it's a tough restaurant to get in, so I was like, it was there.
I need to try that place.
It's so fucking, the scallops.
I've heard
bro.
it's fun. Fuck.
The scallops are gonna change your life, but I might have to reschedule just because I'm like, damn, 9:45 is late as fuck for like a coursed out dinner.
Yeah, that's wild, but you do you.
I don't think we're on.
All the power to you.
I'm gonna call them.
Okay.
Janelle, yeah, you won.
Yeah.
What's the score?
Well, you had 10. I had to add up Ian's half points.
10.
Bro, that's nice and even.
I'm strapped for cash.
You should sell some stuff on Depop. There's no selling fees and it's super easy.
Ian, I love you, man.
I love you too.
You're always a good time. You got the most lore of anyone I know, I think. It's always fun.
Whoa.
Yep.
You've got a lot of lore too.
I ain't got that much lore.
I need to know more about the Greeley days.
Oh, the UNC days.
Because I visited UNC while you were there. I went to.
Did?
I did because my sister went when you guys went, and I went to parties with her sometimes.
What year?
2000, because I was there to see The Dark Knight. We went to a bunch of parties. The Dark Knight Rises, so 2012.
I wasn't there yet.
Fuck. Or no, wait, that would have been later than that.
Don't ask me, I don't know shit.
I don't fucking know
I was
shit.
there.
Sydney was there. Yeah, I wasn't there yet.
We for sure were going out.
Did you go to the Macklemore concert?
Yes.
Dude, yep.
Did you go?
Yes,
Oh
I
my
did.
gosh, that's
Oh my
so
Yep,
crazy.
yep.
Oh my god, I totally remember that.
8th grade, I was high off of a Keith Cola for the first time in my
Wait,
life.
that's funny. My, you know John,
Uh-huh.
worked for Keith Cola for years.
The connections, the synchronicities.
That's weird.
Yeah, dude, yeah.
I love, Keith Colas were delicious.
That was the first. Again, that's another beverage because I just don't fucking touch weed anymore.
Yeah.
But I miss every weed-related thing.
It's a good time.
What-
Or it's not.
What
depending.
year was that again?
I don't know.
Okay, do you remember where it was? Because I'm like getting it mixed up with the Ying Yang twins also came to Greeley.
Oh, well, that's fine. I can't remember. All I remember was that Macklemore, whose music I don't care for anymore.
But it was that one song that was like really.
Dude,
Thrift store?
yeah,
yes.
thrift shop. Shit, it was 99 cents. Where the fuck he
You
says?
guys were going hype on that.
Dude, or when I was in the 3rd grade, I thought
that
I was gay. That shit hit, bro.
That's just, dude. I remember the first time I listened to that, I was like, "This is so woke." I like
Dude.
teared up.
I thought to myself, like, fuck, is it weird that I didn't think I was gay?
I was like, "This is so beautiful." I loved it.
Oh, I should probably have like really unhinged photos or videos from that night because I remember we were at like well, I was in a sorority, so like sometimes we go over like to some frat houses to like pregame, and a lot of times this happened to me. I don't know other people, but I was underage with drinking, so I would like almost overly pregame. I
Yes.
like would leave drunker than everybody else, which is
Because you have to make sure that you're drunk, because you might not get any more liquor for the rest of the night.
right. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, I still remember that. That's crazy.
My sister got me a single PBR tallboy for that entire weekend, and after I opened it, we were like gonna carry it to a party, and we were like, how the fuck, we can't carry just the full tallboy in person. We didn't know that you should just put it in a paper bag at that time. So we put it in a Ziploc bag, and I just put a straw in it and drank it.
Oh,
Sure. I filled Ziploc bags with vodka before and stuffed it in my bra.
That's smart.
You know?
That's smart.
And then you go to the bathroom or pour it in your drink, whatever. I do that sometimes because I'm literally, you're getting fucking raked over the coals by a $23 shitty ass vodka, whatever the fuck, out of venues. So sometimes you just gotta fiance Mark works closely with a woman, Megan. They both have similar responsibilities and need to work together as a team. I've never had any problems with this. They don't really interact outside of work, as far as you fucking know. We've been working from home for the last several weeks. I happened to be in the living room with him yesterday while his office had its weekly Zoom meeting. During that meeting, people began talking about what they wanted to do when everyone returned to the office. I could hear someone say that my fiance and Megan must really miss each other. Several other people began referring to them as work wife and work husband. Then someone suggested that my fiance and Megan should renew their vows when everyone is back in the office. Mark just played along and joked that they would be registered at Office Depot. I left the living room in tears while he continued, oblivious to how I was feeling. I confronted him after the call and said I felt humiliated. Our wedding was supposed to be in September, but we've had to postpone it, and it's not clear when it will be safe to reschedule. I'm assuming this is like during COVID or something.
Yeah, the vibe I'm getting.
And here he is talking about renewing his vows with someone at work. Mark explained that it was just a joke and not a big deal. He tried to show me a joke article his office had been passing around about how teleworking is ruining work-wife relationships. I said the term work-wife itself is offensive and humiliating because I'm supposed to be his wife. I demanded that at his next meeting, he publicly apologize to his office and tell them that he will not be renewing his vows with Megan because he is engaged to marry someone else. I said he also needs to tell his office to stop calling Megan and him work spouses. He says he can't do that because it will be embarrassing and hurt his reputation at work with his colleagues. I said, "Oh, it's so hard to feel embarrassed. I would never know what that's like." He called me an asshole. Now that I've cooled down a little, I need to figure out if I overreacted.
You know, you're not the asshole. However, I have serious concerns for this relationship because it sounds like you just listen to every Zoom meeting your husband's on. That's concerning.
Mm-hmm.
That's very concerning.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should certainly distance himself from Megan. And I also would like to see a photo of Megan just for my own visual ideals.
Why? Because what if she's ugly? But beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
And I would like to see if I could behold it.
Okay.
I would like to know if I could behold it.
Okay.
But I do think requesting him call a meeting to be like, I'm divorcing my work wife, that's excessive. That's excessive.
Do you think, though, that it's cringe as fuck to be taking the work wife drama or jokes to that extent of you guys are going to renew your work husband.
That's, but I will say, yes, absolutely, it's cringe as fuck. But I also will say, COVID-19 was crazy times, brother.
COVID-19.
Fucking people were losing their minds, you know.
True.
And I think they probably had nothing else to laugh about.
So you think it was harmless, and she took it she took it too seriously, and he meant nothing by it.
I think he meant nothing by it. I think she's still not the asshole because, I would request, like, come on, he definitely did take it too far.
Yeah.
But I understand why it was taken to that level because I think people were just going crazy and they had nothing else to talk about.
I honestly agree with that.
Thank you.
So, Janelle, how would you respond to that?
Like, if John had a work wife?
Yeah, like it was, yeah.
This is gonna sound really pick me and annoying, I already know, and I apologize in advance. I don't think I would care that much because, and again, I can already read the comments. People are like, shut the fuck up, you're so pick me. John and I's relationship is very secure. We've been together a long time, and I know that he's obsessed with me.
I know, it's fine.
And he loves me a lot. And I have never, ever, not saying our relationship is perfect. Obviously not. Every relationship has its flaws, and we certainly have ours. But that was one thing I have never felt like he would, have feelings for someone else or potentially have like a side thing going on at all. So to me, I don't think I would care that much. I certainly wouldn't be like, you need to tell your office, like, never mind, like you said, I'm divorcing the work wife.
It's done.
I think I might be like, that's kind of sad when you're joking about that when, like, we had to postpone our own wedding. Like, that fucking sucks. And I think maybe that's what would make me more sad. But, like, the feeling really, like, insecure, upset because he's, like, joking around about saying work vows or whatever. Like, it's stupid, but I agree with you. It was COVID, and I think people had nothing fucking better to do because everyone was, like, locked in their house and going insane. So, yeah, I don't really think you're the asshole. But I also think you're we call it diet asshole because I think they're both diet assholes.
Absolutely. Well, the husband is a super asshole for calling her an asshole.
I agree with that.
That's foul, brother. Don't do that.
I think they're both assholes because I think the fact that she's like, yo, this makes me upset, and he's like, basically like, oh, shut the fuck up, fuck off, is not nice. And the fact that she's like demanding that he like call off the work wedding or whatever is also stupid as fuck. And I think you need to do some self-reflection.
Touch grass. I mean, this is a major touch grass moment.
I think it's a touch grass moment. Like, nothing's that, we're not, like, what the fuck are we fighting over? This is stupid.
It reminds me of the question, where do you let your girl sit in the car when you're driving her and your mother?
What?
You know this question?
No.
Say you're driving John.
Okay.
And your dad, who's sitting in the front seat.
My dad, probably.
Exactly.
Because he's old.
And my mom would sit in the seat instead of my girl. But if you take that answer too seriously, I have questions for you.
It's like not that serious.
But people take it seriously.
In fact, I've driven many a times with a parent and John, and honestly, I hate driving, so usually one of them's driving and I'm sitting in the back because I don't give a fuck. And again, I'm like, yeah, my parent can have the front seat, but also I've been in situations where John and I have sat in the front, my mom sat in the back, so I don't really. Who gives a fuck?
That's really the thing. It's a who gives a fuck scenario.
Yeah.
It's a who gives a fuck scenario across the board. Also the question, gay son or thought daughter, but we don't need the intricacies of that one.
I don't know what that is. Like,
You don't know gay son or
no,
thought
I know
daughter?
what that is, but I didn't know it was controversial. I thought it was just like a funny thing.
Oh, well, what's your answer?
Like, which one would I rather have?
Gay son or
I
thought
ain't
daughter?
fucking, that's fucking ridiculous.
Wait, I don't really know what that is.
Thought daughter? It doesn't. We
It
gotta
doesn't
move on.
matter.
We gotta move on.
Okay.
You guys are gonna get annoyed with me.
Uh-oh.
I would not be happy.
But I wouldn't demand. And that's fair. I think a lot of people would agree with you.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like demand he like call a meeting. I would be so mad that it even got that far that we'd have like, it would just be issues because I would be like no really way of fixing it. Like just stop doing that. But I'm so mad that you. Like,
Would you be pissed if Jared had like a work wife?
Yes, I would be pissed.
Like, okay, I also think that term is so fucking stupid.
I agree. I agree.
Because that essentially, like when people use it as a joke, fine, whatever. But when people are like serious about it, it essentially insinuates that you're not allowed to have any sort of cordial friendship with the opposite gender, and that's fucking dumb, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, you and I are hosting a fucking show, and I'm not sitting over here like, oh, you're my work husband. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid.
Crazy. That would be crazy. I agree. I think it does stem from just this fear of like a partner having a friend of the same sex.
Which, in my opinion, is ridiculous.
I agree.
Anyways.
Okay, that's my thing. Is like it shouldn't. Like the fact that that's even a thing is just it makes it seem like it's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So I'm like
100%. I agree with you.
But yeah, I do. I mean, having the label on it, I think that would. I can see that turning some gears in the partner's mind of like, why? Why?
Totally.
Like, why is it got like you're saying? How has it gotten to this place?
I think that I could also see in a situation in which, let's say, he has a work event and plus ones are invited. I go and they're all like, "This is his work wife. Oh my god, work wife!" And they're like up each other's assholes. I'd be like, "Ew,
yeah, that's
shove a stick up your ass, you bitch." You know what I mean? Like I'd be like, "What the fuck? I'm his number one, motherfuckers."
Yeah.
So I guess it just depends on the situation and like how far they're taking it.
And I guess I've never, been put in a situation, to my knowledge at least, where a romantic partner has a work husband.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe I would respond a little bit, kind of like, what's that about the vows?
Yeah, that's again though. I agree. I think it was COVID and people had literally nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Everyone was insane.
We might have one of one. That's a one-on-one true RPS.
Okay, here we go. This one's more of relationship advice. I am a 24-year-old male and my girlfriend a 22-year-old female and her sister, a 20-year-old female, are both pregnant with my child.
Brother.
Neither of them knows about the other. I want to do the right thing. Too late. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
I have done a terrible, terrible thing. I have made a terrible, terrible mistake. I'm really not looking to be judged here. Too late. But I know it's going to come no matter what. I found out the same day about both of them being pregnant. I have been with my girlfriend for 2 years, and her sister and I hooked up around 3 weeks ago. It only happened once, and she told me she was on birth control. Obviously not.
Pull out, brother.
My girlfriend and I have been trying, so I know it's mine. Her sister says hers is definitely mine because she hasn't been with anyone else in 2 months. I convinced my girlfriend to wait a couple weeks before telling people, and her sister said she's going to wait for me to tell the family. I need to come clean. I need them to both know early on so I can sleep at night. I'm aware I'm going to be hated by their entire family and possibly all our friends. I'm trying to do the right thing. If there even is an option, any advice is appreciated. What should I do?
How stupid do you
That's
have
one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Which makes me even think, like, is this rage based? Is this even real? But we're gonna pretend it is.
Yeah, of course, benefit of the doubt.
It was just a mistake, you guys.
Yeah, it's just a mistake. Right?
Dumb.
Alright, you're right.
Dumb motherfucker.
I know, dude.
If you're gonna fuck your girlfriend's sister, wrap that shit in a goddamn magnum.
Pull out.
Or at least, and maybe he did. That's not always effective.
That's not always effective. I tell myself it is though every day. But it's just why? I also think you have to be a sick fuck to be attracted to a family member of a romantic partner. Sorry.
Agreed.
I think that's very odd.
I think that's big. Especially because how long have these fucks been together? 2 years.
I'm like,
2 years. That's more than just like I met this hoe on Tinder, we've been
Right.
hanging out, but I also fucked her sister.
Right.
This
No.
is like you're at family functions, you're at birthdays, you're at holidays.
I think there's a future song called Real Sisters. Do you know this song?
No, give us a fight.
I fucked twin sisters. I fucked real sisters. Where he's speaking on this matter,
Okay.
but they're twins in this scenario, and it's at the same damn time.
Oh.
However, I think the point of that song is that it is ridiculous. He's speaking through kind of a drug-fueled, misunderstanding morals style thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't think anyone in their right mind would have sex with two members of the same family at the same time.
I think you'd be surprised at how often people do that.
You know, I will say once my brother and I dated the same girl in high school.
At the same time?
No, different times. And he was very mad at me and I felt really bad. I still feel
You
bad.
dated her second?
I dated her second.
It's kind of fucked up.
It was fucked up. And I feel bad about it to this day. But, to get back to it, if, like, I've had partners tell me that, mainly because I prompted, tell me that my brother is a good-looking man. Which
Sure.
he is. We're both good-looking men.
Right?
And that's different. That's different.
That's different than fucking someone.
That's exactly.
You can say, you know, Jared's a good-looking guy. You're a good-looking guy. But that's different than
Than actually
this.
hitting that shit.
Okay?
No.
That is... You're fucked.
Yeah,
You're fucked. I don't really know what
this
to
is
tell
a
you.
monster. I think you have to tell one of the sister's child that you're not the dad. Like you have to lie. This is a family secret. You're not the father, but you're suspiciously around quite a bit in the raising of the sister's child.
So you think you're gonna pull a lie?
I think if I were in this position, I'd lie the rest of my life.
What?
I would lie the rest
Okay,
of my life.
fiercely disagree with that.
I would come clean to the family.
Oh.
But then we would have to concoct a lie for the children.
But you think
For the kids?
For
That's
the
so
kids'
fucked
sake.
up for the kids. They're gonna find out eventually that you know.
I'll be dead. I'll be fucking dead to God.
If the family knows, they're finding out.
Okay, and also the family's not. I don't think you're sticking around.
Yeah, the family's probably killing you. The family's probably killing you.
That's. I also wonder though. Well, it sounds like both of them are planning to go forth with the pregnancy, and so that obviously.
Well, really,
Yeah.
the sister.
Oh wait, we have an update.
Yeah, we have an update.
Should I read the update now?
Let's do that.
Okay, update. I debated on whether or not to post this since on the original post I was bombarded with hate and threatening private messages. However, a few people gave some really solid advice, so this is an update for them. I posted this last Friday afternoon. On Fridays, my girlfriend gets off work at 10 p.m. I told her sister to come over around 9:45 p.m. because we were going to tell her the truth. She agreed and I waited. Wait. The girlfriend knows?
Because she had sex with him. No, the girlfriend doesn't know, but the sister.
Oh, the sister is coming over because they're gonna tell the girlfriend.
Yes,
Got
yeah.
it. The anxiety I felt was tremendous, but I just kept reminding myself that this was all my fault and nobody else but me made this mistake. No shit.
Yeah, brother.
Well, but also, why is your sister fucking her sister's boyfriend?
Yeah, there's something wrong with her.
Yeah. When my sister didn't arrive by 10, I knew something was up. My suspicions were confirmed when they walked in the house together at 10:15. They sat me down and explained the situation. My girlfriend's sister came clean to her, and after a brief quarrel and anger, they decided to fuck with me to see how long I would keep the secret for.
Whoa.
Props to them because I was completely blindsided. Wow. Okay, so my girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend, was very calm and had her sister pack a bag for her to stay with her. I told her my friends and I would bring her belongings and furniture anywhere they needed me to. She told me she didn't want me touching her stuff and she would be moved out when I got home from work on Monday. Too Lazy didn't read. Neither were pregnant. They found out about me cheating and fucked with me. I'm single now.
Too soft. There. Perfectly balanced.
No such thing as lunch breaks because Scott's in an office.
Well, I mean, that's what you get, brother. That's what you get.
Honestly, best case scenario.
Yeah, that's a great scenario. Sister, you're still weird for fucking your sister's man.
Best case scenario that neither of them are pregnant. Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, if they were pregnant and they both gave birth to these children, but the dad was basically out of the picture because they were like, nah, sister power. That sounds like a 2008 like style indie movie with Mark Ruffalo as the guy. Does that not?
Oh yeah, I actually know who that is. Yes.
Yeah, right. Like a young Mark Ruffalo being the guy. Like, oh man. Is this all right?
You know me.
He's the Hulk, but young. 13 going on 30. Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, I think I've seen him before. Yeah, I recognize this fuck. Anyways, that's insane. That's diabolical work on
Yes.
the two girls, on the sisters.
But respect.
But respect, kind of.
Yeah.
And yeah, you. This is honestly the best case scenario. That
For you
neither
too,
of them are.
man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For
Yeah.
you, for honestly, for him the most. Well, and them. But like, no one's pregnant. No one has to have ties. Clearly, you're a fucking idiot for fucking your girlfriend's sister. They were clearly in on it. That's also insane work. But I don't really know what to say about that.
I have a theory that maybe the sister. Okay, what she did was wrong, but what if the girlfriend was in on it because she like felt like he had feelings towards her sister? Was like, okay, well if he sleeps with you,
Like a loyalty test.
yeah.
That would be very. I've seen a lot of reels about like when the loyalty test goes wrong, and it's like the girl is talking to her friend like, so did he like what happened? She's like, yeah man, he's not loyal. We fucked, and the friend's like, what? You fucked him? You fucked my boyfriend?
That's crazy. Wow. Okay, well, glad that it worked out, I guess. Alright. There ain't nothing worse than going about town with a cute outfit, but underneath you're extremely uncomfortable. I get bang, like I don't know, and come to an end. Place your order. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. Select podcasts in the survey, and be sure to select our show in the drop-down menu that follows. Okay, and we're gonna end this off here. I'm sad our episode has to come to an end.
Oh man, I'll come back whenever.
All right, perfect.
The eye mask, it is making, like, I'm feeling twitchy.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't matter, brother.
Okay. Great. Well, don't go to the doctor.
Trust me, I won't.
You're not going to the doctor.
I'm not going to the doctor.
I am a 24-year-old male whose 26-year-old girlfriend does unbelievably stupid and self-centered things in public all the time. I'm honestly ashamed to go. Hi everyone, this is my first time asking for relationship advice online. I've tried to bring up the topic with my friends and family, but I'm never really able to broach it out of fear of embarrassing her or ruining their opinion of her. The situation isn't very complicated. I have been in a 6-month relationship with a woman, but in public she does these things that the average 10-year-old knows not to do. In the past month, she has, on multiple occasions, crowded in front of the door of an elevator and rushed in without letting people off. That's kind of awesome. On multiple occasions, she took out her phone while driving to respond to a text, slowing down to 15 miles per hour under the speed limit while doing so.
Been there.
Yeah, who hasn't?
Is he dating me?
Walked into a restaurant and instead of waiting to be seated, just navigated her way to where she wanted to sit.
That's wrong.
Squeezed in, as in pushing her body up into them as she did so, behind a person who was standing up to get off a crowded train so she could sit down before anyone else could grab the seat.
This woman is a social assassin.
Yeah. Completely ruined a load of my white clothes by stopping the washing machine and throwing a brand new purple shirt of hers in with them. When confronted, she said, I was in a hurry to wash it. When I try to address her behavior, she says I don't respect her or that I'm being judgmental. She gets incredibly upset and defensive, often telling me reasons why she did the things above. And then in parentheses, the text was important. Her, feet hurt on the train and so on. I'm really desperate for a decent way to convey why her behavior is so absurd to her because I like her in general, but I don't want to be in a relationship with someone so inconsiderate towards total strangers. 3 days after I wrote about her self-centered behavior and cosmic victim complex, she made my decision easy for me. We were at the dollar store and the line at checkout. My girlfriend got to the register where the cashier started scanning all 50 or so of the items that we wanted. Our total came up and my girlfriend tried to pay by credit card. The cashier apologetically explained that they weren't taking credit cards at that time because their system was acting up all morning. She pointed at the handwritten cash-only sign that my girlfriend and I had missed. Neither of us had cash on us. First, my girlfriend tried to debate with the cashier, but I had to patiently explain to her that there was nothing the poor woman could do. As my girlfriend argued with her point, whatever the fuck it was, the line behind us grew with a lot of very rightfully irritated people. There I was, trying to play save my girlfriend as she troubleshooted their equipment while people behind us audibly groaned. Finally, she agreed to take the 5 minutes to go across the street, withdraw money from the ATM, which she shouldn't have been such a big deal in the first place. My girlfriend told the cashier to keep everything scanned and ready for her to pay when she came back. I was going to interject, but the cashier said, "Ma'am, there are people waiting. I can't do that." With a glance at the line, my girlfriend reiterated, "Oh, they can wait a bit longer." Without a word, she left to go get the money. The terrified cashier awkwardly looked at me, seeking permission to cancel the items. I told her it was fine and to please help the next customer. As person after person paid for their goods, I apologized to each individually. They seemed understanding. My girlfriend got back 10 minutes later because she wanted to get an icy from the corner shop after withdrawing the money. When she noticed the items had to be scanned all over again, she entirely flipped her lid. She started ranting about calling corporate, which I'm not sure even exists for that small dollar store chain, then about posting about it on Twitter. Finally, I blew up, yelled at her for being a very selfish person with expletives, and just walked away. I'm done. The relationship is done. She is texting me, but I'm not even reading them. Holy Mother of Christ, I really hope the next guy who dates her has the patience of a saint. Or maybe I hope she dates a total self-righteous dickhead who can straighten her out. Am I the asshole?
Brother?
Primero tengo que trabajar. It's true. 100% excellent. 3 stars.
I didn't buy anything.
Non ho comprato niente. Excellent, 100%.
Non abbiamo comprato niente oggi.
Wow, I'm a shite. Thanks, Bibsler. 89, I could do better. Let me do it again.
Ever been stressed waiting on payday, knowing that the bills don't wait? That's where Tilt comes in. Tilt gives you access to up to $400 instantly, no credit check.
You just broke up with the love of your life. I'm sorry to say, you're gonna think about this chick until you die.
What?
Until your dying day. And if that relationship would have continued, he would have fallen. He wouldn't have given a shit. He wouldn't have given a fuck about any of it, and she would have cheated on him with a guy in the local DIY scene. With a twirly mustache. That's how this relationship would have fanned out. Because he will never forget this girl.
He's so overreacting.
Whoa. So, yes, hold on. I have so much to unpack. So he fucked up.
He fucked up.
But if he didn't freak out and break up with her, she would have cheated on him anyways.
With someone in the local DIY or like a bartender style guy
With the twirly mustache.
definitely a twirly mustache.
Where are you coming up with this?
Personal experience. But this is no.
Were you the twirly mustache?
No, I've never twirled this shit.
Okay.
Except for sometimes when I want to look evil. But
Okay.
fucking no. You will miss the self-righteous, delusional woman for the rest of your life. I can guarantee it.
Are you saying that you want to date a self?
No, I never want to again, but I miss it.
Why?
Because it's funny. It's funny to date a Larry David style person who just doesn't care for anyone else. And
Is that embarrassing for you?
Oh my god, it's awful. But then you always have someone else to compare yourself to be like, I'm not that bad.
Do you feel like they're so controlling, like it's almost like a comfort?
Yes.
Like craziness is like a comfort?
Exactly. It's like I can be assured that whatever she does is gonna be nuts.
So basically, like, I can do whatever I do is tame.
Yeah, because there's no way in my mind I would ever even come close to my wildest dream is her fucking just morning routine, you know. So I'm fine. I can do whatever I want.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
like a toxic drug type of thing. It's
Exactly.
almost like craziness. I mean, I don't know. How would you have brought that up with someone? Like, you do this, that.
This is, I don't know. I think I'd be like, you do a lot of fucking socially inappropriate things.
You're like a Rottweiler. You're like just running to the fucking train seats and shit.
No, I feel like they're one of our dogs.
Yeah, no, actually.
Rottweilers, I feel like, are more respect and these fucks think
don't
that
care.
they can get away with whatever. They don't give a shit. They'll like lunge at a bigger dog. They don't give a fuck. I feel like they're one of
I
Maggie
don't
or
want to call
Alex
this
type
woman
dog.
a dog, but she has puppy behaviors.
She's got little dog syndrome behavior.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like these fuckers, like Alice barking at the people in your apartment.
Yes.
Why are we doing that?
Why she literally sits by the window all day and barks at strangers.
Right. Maggie she does the same fucking shit at my house, either at the front because she can see out the front windows or in the backyard, screaming at people for minding their own business.
I mean,
Rude.
technically, she didn't do anything like illegal. Like
No.
but
you don't have to do anything illegal to break up with someone.
no, I know, but like,
I fucking wish that was the case.
I can see how this guy, yeah, because she's just kind of pushes herself in the front. You know, those people that always bitch that, oh, you have to have cash, they don't have cash, and for some reason they think arguing with the cashier is gonna
help them.
Yeah.
I know this
Like,
chick
I know
has hella.
boomers like that.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
dude.
irritates me.
Fucking my mom does it in a polite way, but I'm like, you're still like being inconvenient.
Like, yeah, asking, you don't carry cash? What kind of place doesn't carry cash around
It's like
here?
just-
It's just like, it's not gonna make them carry cash all of a sudden.
You should apologize.
And be
Who the
like,
fuck is carrying cash anymore? That's what I also want to talk about.
or would you ask someone to hold? I've seen this actually in real life where they're like, oh, keep my stuff. Like, don't check out other people. Like, keep my stuff there
Shit's
until I get it
annoying
back.
as fuck.
Yeah.
I know this girl has hella tattoos on one arm. That's all I
Okay.
gotta say about that.
Okay.
Hella tattoos on. I bet also purple.
Purple hair?
Purple shirt
Oh, I
made
thought you were gonna say purple hair.
No, I know nothing of the hair color.
Okay.
But the purple shirt made me laugh so hard because I'm imagining like an Oompa Loompa style woman just rolling around and causing chaos.
The icy thing really pissed me off. You're gonna go to the ATM and then get a fuck ass icy.
You know what's fucked? She probably came back when her boyfriend's yelling at her, and she's got
slurping
a blue
the
tongue.
icy. She's got a blue tongue.
Yeah.
She's slurping the icy.
She's a kid, but
You
yeah.
say that.
I would never.
Female dog.
Oh, Monique.
That's all I'm saying.
What thing did she do like that? What you could never do, like
Every
yourself?
single thing she did, I could never do ever.
The going to the ATM while asking them to hold your stupid fuck ass order and then getting a slushie is so stupid and insane to me.
There's not a single thing I'm too worried about social etiquette, about the politics of being a nice person. I'm too to my deficit, really, to the point where, like, if someone were to rush the train while I'm in there, I'd consider that person a terrorist. It's ridiculous.
What, in what sense? You're like afraid that they're acting insane, so you're afraid they're gonna do something to you?
No, just they want to instill fear in the people around them. They want to assert dominance.
Are you the type of person, let's say that you're at a restaurant and you get served a meal that's either A, just completely fucking disgusting, or B, completely incorrect? Are you gonna speak up?
I that's completely different, and I will speak up, but in a nice way.
Yeah, I think as long as you speak up nice.
That's a completely different.
Complaining at a restaurant, I think, is fine as long as you do it in a polite way.
Yes.
And if they, help come up with a solution, give them a fat tip.
Straight up, absolutely. Because on the other end, working at a coffee shop, you mess up drinks sometimes.
Sure.
And if they bring it to you with respect, you messed up my beverage that I spent $6 on. I'm sorry. That's fucked up.
I agree.
My bad.
I think that if you're spending money on a service or food or something, you are spending your money and you're expecting to get something in return. And I think there's nothing wrong with bringing it politely to that person's attention.
But it's important you do it with grace, because
I agree.
You must understand how this mistake could have been made.
Absolutely.
But this Shih Tzu of a person, really, he will miss her forever.
Wow.
He will treasure her in his heart, and he will never find someone else.
Wow.
He'll find someone who makes him happier.
Right, but never the way that she made him feel.
Exactly, frustrated and alone.
Someone else will love them on Vinted. Just snap a pic, list your item. Easy. Once it's up.
Okay. Okay, that's great.
It's giving Impractical Jokers. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it.
It's dude, Tonka Jahari. Are you familiar with this from Impractical Jokers?
No, which one is that?
They prank Sal. I think it's Sal. They're just sitting in a room, and I think he's the point of it is he can't accept whatever they bring to him, and he's pretending. And so they come in and they're like, "I've got a pizza for Tonka Jahari," and he says, "I'm Tonka Jahari, but I would never order a whole pizza to myself."
I love that show.
That's funny, man.
It's a great show. All right, we're gonna end off on a speed round of Coachella outfits. Coachella is the influencer Olympics, if you will. What are your thoughts on it? Let's hear it.
I don't know. I honestly I hate the influencer side of things surrounding Coachella, but
there are people that are so stupid, for lack of a better term, that the idea of me even devoting a single video to them offends me. More so than the things that they've actually said or done. So today, you're getting a roundup, a collection of people who I've had various opinions on or who have been popping up recently. 5 different folks I've got for you today. We've got Jeff Bezos' girlfriend, wife, Lauren Sanchez. I don't even know what that relationship is anymore. I don't care. She's going slightly viral for her cringe happiness routine. We're going to be talking about Dave Chappelle trying to walk back his transphobia now that it's not cool anymore, which, spoiler alert, it was never cool. Clavicular, maybe one of the dumbest people streaming right now, almost died. So that's in this video. But yeah, even that he managed to still make seem stupid. So we're going to talk about that and a couple other things today too. Somebody getting their ChatGPT logs exposed and the cringe that followed there. Let's start with Lauren Sanchez Bezos. Doubt you need me to tell you that Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, one of the most prominent billionaires, right? His wife has been profiled in this New York Times article titled Someone has to be happy. Why not Lauren Sanchez Bezos? I think this might be like my second video in as many weeks where I'm here to say I am so tired of the New York Times as half of an unfathomably powerful couple. Mrs. Sanchez Bezos seems to have influenced the uber rich to stop apologizing and start enjoying themselves. I see tomatoes on screen right now. This is how I feel about this idea from John. Leave her alone. Let her be happy. No, I like my billionaires miserable. A lot of things make Lauren Sanchez Bezos ridiculously happy. Helicopters. Fashion, protecting the narwhal, her little sister Elena, her 5 best girlfriends, and of course, her new husband, Jeff Bezos. I already gave you our lives are pretty normal, said the billionaire's wife. In 2023, actually, she does this every so often where she comes out of the woodwork to be like, yes, I am totally married to or dating Jeff Bezos or whatever, but like, I'm also just a little guy. It is some of the most cringe-inducing marketing I've ever seen. I consider Miss Bezos to be like an influencer with no followers. She only has money. She and Bezos do everything together. On a typical day, the newlyweds wake up around 6 in their new, roughly $230 million compound on Indian Creek, an exclusive private island in Miami, often called Billionaire Bunker. They don't touch their phones. Instead, they begin each day by listing 10 things they're grateful for, and they can't repeat what they named the day before. I'm gonna be honest, this is the kind of behavior that I would make fun of people for making public, even if they weren't billionaires. From there, the couple drink their morning coffee in the sunroom and watch the sunrise. Hers from a mug that reads, "Woke up sexy as hell again." His from one she got him that spells hunk in symbols from the periodic table. I'm so glad that this is not in video format because I don't even know if I would get through this. How do interviewers take this seriously, honestly, dog? I haven't prayed in a long time because if I walked into a church, it would probably spontaneously combust, but I would like to lead a solemn prayer. Lord, whoever that is, every single bit of cringe culture that affected me when I was younger for having actually a personality and being an interesting person, and everyone from the furries to the people who dyed their hair, I would like to see this redirected, actually doubled, and distributed to the billionaire class. Can we please target billionaires with even a fifth of the vitriol that we had for people who had hobbies in like the 2010s and the 2000s? Amen. I'm not really Christian, but Mrs. Sanchez Bezos published her second children's book, The Fly Who Flew Under the Sea, about Flynn, a dyslexic fly. There is a joke in here somewhere about getting dyslexic representation in a book called Flynn the Fly Who Flew Under the Sea, which is so incredibly difficult to even say, but I'm not smart enough to do it, so I'm not gonna make the joke. I met Mrs. Sanchez Bezos in January at an Argentine restaurant in Miami Beach. She had been across the street at a JP Morgan Leadership Conference where Mr. Bezos had spoken the day before about Project Prometheus, his new artificial intelligence startup with $6.2 billion in funding. Oh, you had $6.2 billion to spare between you and your billionaire friends, and you're putting it towards another artificial intelligence startup. In person, Mrs. Sanchez Bezos is surprisingly tiny, less lacquered than the glossy images that circulate online. See? She's just a little guy. When somebody suddenly turned the music up, Mrs. Sanchez Bezos shimmied and joked, "Want me to dance on the table?" That gets a lot of attention. Someone said my soul is evaporating. I have never wished that a writer would have been less detailed than they were in this article. Mrs. Sanchez Bezos, 56, adores kids, having them, raising them, encouraging other people to have them. Over several interviews, she repeatedly urged me to have another baby. Having and raising kids is one thing. Encouraging a journalist who happens to not be a centibillionaire or the wife thereof to have another baby, these things are not really equal in terms of ease of access, if that makes sense. Do it, she said. I would have another one tomorrow. Tomorrow. Someone said babies are just accessories to them. It's this, I have a new accessory, new baby just dropped, DLC attitude towards children that I find to be incredibly off-putting, honestly. When one of the world's wealthiest people radiates this much happiness, is it celebration or provocation? Is she just rubbing it in? Yes, the New York Times journalist. This is the only point of this article, is obvious rage bait, so that I have the reaction I'm having right now. And sometimes falling for it is fun. I must admit, I enjoy tearing this down. Otherwise, what am I gonna do with this information? Mrs. Sanchez Bezos said of Leonardo DiCaprio, "No, I've known Leo since I was 25. Aw, that's sad, because that means you were just aging out of the range where he would have dated you, but alas, for decades, there was an unspoken bargain with America's ultra-moneyed. They could enjoy unimaginable privilege as long as they projected austerity or stayed largely out of the limelight. Mrs. Sanchez Bezos is nothing if not a woman, intent on sampling the full menu. She hasn't just changed Mr. Bezos into a man who hosts Kris Jenner's James Bond-themed 70th birthday party at his Los Angeles home. Sometimes it seems she's taken the entire culture with her. This is low-key why I'm trying to read this article to y'all. It's not actually the same as it was last time, 2-3 years ago, when I was like, gosh, what is with this person trying to make being a billionaire seem cool? At this point, she has shifted her brand into, what if all billionaires were as brazenly flaunting of the wealth gap as me and my husband were? And I think I'm not here for it at all. And the New York Times is garbage for platforming this in the first place. The Bezos' marriage seems, at times, as much a cultural inflection point as a love story. The moment American money stopped apologizing and decided it may as well enjoy itself. This idea, essentially, that they weren't able to enjoy themselves to the fullest because they had to worry about what us commoners might think of them. But finally it's over and they can be free. What are we doing here? What's the intention? What am I missing? This is so dumb, dog. And what's funny is, like, this isn't even the dumbest thing that I have in this video. I think we could wrap it at that. My final thought, maybe I will learn and grow as a person and not click into the next Lawrence Sanchez Bezos article that I see. All right, moving on. Clavicular. For those of you who don't know, there's already lore with me referencing Clavicular on the stream. I didn't know who he was. I actually learned about him live right here on YouTube, finding out that he has aligned himself with like white nationalist and misogynist, i.e. the Tate brothers and all of these other things, while simultaneously trying to build a platform on encouraging guys to do terrible things to themselves to become hotter so they can increase their value in society. Clavicular is a looks-maxing influencer, 20 years old. His entire thing is literally just, by any means possible, trying to make himself hot. You might wonder, how wrong could that possibly go? One could do a deep dive how it's actually completely inextricably linked to misogyny, because it's predicated on the idea that, like, women are these terrible people that won't ever pay attention to you unless you're a 10 out of 10, and it's all just really cringe. And the more I learn about it, the sadder I get for having reading comprehension. You see how deeply flimsy this whole red pill, looks maxing, we have to band together against women attitude is, because it falls apart in the face of even the mildest criticism. He keeps walking out of these interviews when his nonsense doesn't work on the guy who's interviewing him, and it's honestly just sad to see.
So when you wake up every single morning and you take a look in the mirror, you're 100% satisfied with every single thing.
Yes, but I'm probably the wrong person to ask about this. I got to this 100% satisfaction by actually just having to make a lot of peace with the way that I am. The thing that Clavicular actually needs, and the thing that anybody who is looks maxing actually needs to do. If you are already being as healthy as you can, if you're already staying on top of your hygiene and doing all these other things, the next step is accepting the way that you look. I know this sounds cringe. I know they're gonna tell me that I'm coping. If you tell this information to someone like this, you're gonna see that they're literally going to implode. The interviewer says, no, I'm 100% happy with myself as I am. And this is Clavicular's reaction.
I guess that's just, if you want to be completely disingenuous, that's fine with me. I guess there's just no point to continue. All right. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
So embarrassing. I would almost use the word sad if I actually felt anything or cared about this person Clavicular at all. I don't. But this is so deeply revealing of how the gap between what would lead one to do all this looks maxing versus somebody who is just a normal person about the way that they look, which again is not an easy thing to do, but this is terrible, man. I'm so confused what got him pissy. Literally just the idea that somebody else could accept the way that they look, because he's never going to do that, no matter what, honestly. And here's the thing, this keeps happening with Bro. He's also over here walking out of this 60 Minutes interview when asked about the inceldom of it all. Notice Clavicular's reaction to this.
How do you feel about being linked? to that group of people. Do I identify as an incel? I mean, how could you ask me that question? I mean, that's quite literally the worst sequence of questions I think I've ever heard. Well, let me rephrase it then. Looks maxing was obviously a term created by the incel community. How do you feel about being linked to that group? I'm not linked to that group in any way.
Some say he looked like he's about to cry whenever he's confronted with the idea that he may be doing something wrong. Some say he literally uses incel terminology. Yes, looks maxing is incel stuff.
Looks maxing is self-improvement.
Oh, sorry. Looks maxing is self-improvement.
It's about potentially even ascending out of that category. So that would be kind of one of the goals, is to disassociate from being an incel and overcome that.
So if one of the goals of looks maxing is to stop being an incel, doesn't that imply that every single person who's doing looks maxing started off as an incel? Or like, what are you ascending from if you're trying to say that these things have nothing to do with each other?
I mean, just as an example, you've obviously shared company with Andrew Tate and other, dare I say, rather controversial figures. Why do you spend time with people like that? Are you trying to... I see you want to make this political. Don't try to go down that line of questioning with me, because I'm not doing any political...
I was simply only asking because obviously you've been filming with these people.
But thanks for the time. Appreciate the interview. All right.
Dog, this hurts. The only good thing to come out of this was this needs to be a meme. This actually genuinely needs to be a meme, because that was masterful. The looks maxing community needs to go away. If I ever hear about clavicular again, it will be too soon, okay? It's not just harmful, obviously, for spreading incel ideology, which is deeply misogynist and all these things. It's also just harmful for the guys themselves. They are all doing such dangerous things to themselves in pursuit of things that don't matter at all. And we've got this recently, just a couple days ago. Looks maxing influencer clavicular hospitalized for suspected overdose after abruptly ending live stream. This is literally insane, but he was on stream with a bunch of other streamers, enablers, clearly under the influence of something, saying, holy crap, dude, I'm trying my best, but I'm effing destroyed right now. People with him were like, oh yeah, I don't think bro was good. We had to turn the stream off and call the hospital, and then Clavicular came home later and said, I just got home, that was brutal, all the substances are just a cope, trying to feel neurotypical while being in public, but obviously that isn't a real solution. The worst part of tonight was my face descending from the life support mask, and it's like, you were going to die. I can't word that any simpler. Someone said he almost died and is worried about his life support mask scars. Yeah, no, like, are you serious right now? Someone said I hope he gets well soon. I hope Clavicular gets well offline. I hope that's a very private journey for him for the rest of his life that we never have to hear about again. Final point, Clavicular, change your name. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. You have the hands down worst username of anybody who is popular right now. It's so bad. Moving on. Famous comedian Dave Chappelle, known at this point for his long-standing bigotry and homophobia, transphobia, etc. I bring him up to say he's now actually trying to say, boo-hoo, it was the Republicans' fault. I wasn't really trying to be transphobic. They just took my transphobic comedy specials and ran with them, but I didn't consent to that. I don't even know why they did that. And it is so cringe. First of all, I feel like what we need to do is start by re-examining what he was actually saying, just to remind ourselves of like the actual level of transphobia we're dealing with here. I've just pulled this from an article titled Transphobia in Dave Chappelle's The Closer, kind of going over some of these things. So first of all, around the 52-minute mark of the special, Chappelle mentions J.K. Rowling's comments about transgender women and that she was called a TERF because she was. Chappelle then says he looked up what a TERF was, saying what it was an acronym for, and proceeds to explain their ideology. In doing so, he claims that TERFs look at transgender women the same way we, black people, might look at blackface, and saying essentially that they're doing an impression of women. And so because of that, he says that he's actually Team TERF, agreeing. Don't let anybody tell you he was just exercising his right to free speech or whatever. He was literally on stage saying trans women is the same thing as people doing blackface. Dog, you have lost the plot. You're gone. You're gone. He was completely unhinged, okay? You can imagine why Republicans, conservatives, MAGA people all took this and ran with it. Because they're like, oh yes, finally I'm just gonna say it, a new token dropped on some cryptocurrency the way a new token just dropped. Dave Chappelle is on our side. We've got a black person who agrees with us on this one thing, and truly his comedy career reached heights that he never would have reached if he was just funny, that thing that he used to be but seems incapable of at this point. There's no reason to hide it. You've got your Candace Owens, you've got your Dave Chappelle's, and it's painful. When asked about this, actually he got asked if Donald Trump was funny in this interview from, I believe, NPR, if I'm not mistaken. This is how this went.
Maybe if he wasn't president, I think that was funny. I'm not trying to be political, but I don't know how funny it is. And I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes.
Many of which were his very jokes that he provided to them.
I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't. It's not what I was doing. I'll give you an example. This is before I learned the phrase "I respectfully decline," and I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office, and I just take pictures with whoever asked. I didn't ask how they vote or what their voting record is. And then here comes Lauren Boebert, and she said, "Can I get a picture?" And I already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody.
You had to take a picture with Lauren Boebert. Politician, gun rights activist, Republican, Lauren Boebert. Because you just didn't know how to say no to this. Dave.
This is for everyone who said they would learn a language and didn't. I care too much about you to let it happen again, honey. And you're probably like,
Playing
I'm
Sims.
busy. I have a full life. I have a job. I have a family. So here's what we're gonna.
My God.
So I just took the
Yeah, I really like this shirt. I got it at a thrift shop. Makes me feel like Taylor Swift. Mm. I'm okay. I haven't gotten as much done around the house as I should. But health-wise, I'm doing good. Just very overwhelmed lately. How are you doing? Oh, where's that giant teddy bear? There's a little teddy bear. There it is. Keep passing it. Thank you. I'm still getting used to wearing glasses. Like, when I play on the computer, I'd always wear my blue light glasses. But, like, wearing glasses 24/7 has been very, like, odd for me. But so far, I definitely, I like them, you know. It's kind of nice being able to see things a little bit more clearly. Um, yeah, I definitely noticed with like the haircut and the glasses, I have a lot of orange sweaters. And so I'm like, oh, I'm basically cosplaying as Velma most days. But I think it's cute. Yeah. Mm. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Wait, I need to add lights. That's what I was forgetting. There we go. Much better.
Picture. And then she posts the picture before I get over here from the end of the show. And says something to the effect of just two people that knew that it's just two genders. She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got in the arena and I lit her ass up for doing that. And she should never do that, a person like me. You can do whatever it is you do. But get me out of the splash zone.
Keep me out of the splash zone is such telling language. Like you literally don't want the smoke. Why are you mad at her for saying two people who know these two genders when you yourself have said that there are two genders? This is insane. But yeah, that's what I've got for Dave Chappelle. You fell off so hard. I can't believe a person could fall off to that extent. And of all things to crash out over and become unfunny over, you really chose punching down at trans people. Wild. My next person I'd like to talk to you about is Sharon Osbourne. You may notice people are getting like less and less relevant as we go down the list. Actually, no, that's not fair because Clavicular should be at the bottom if we're being honest. But American TV personality and businesswoman, 73 years old, definitely known, I think, the most for being with Ozzy Osbourne, That Family, etc. This one is actually genuinely wild, okay? People found her in the comments, and I mean like actually her. This video right here from this gentleman, who we're gonna get into a little bit more in a second, inviting everybody to this march, an anti-immigration march.
May 16th is the date. It's the date that Britain rises. It's the date Britain reunites. It's the date the world hears our roar. That we have had enough of migration. We've had enough of mass immigration.
You had enough of what?
Get rid of those tyrants in power. Get rid of them. We don't want another 3 years of borders open. 3 more years of police oppression.
See, he keeps saying things like, we don't want police oppression. I'm like, yeah, me neither. But then you're like, we also don't want open borders. And I'm like, dog, what?
3 more years of corruption in the judiciary. We've had enough of it. Enough of rapists coming into our country on boats. Enough of putting people first. Enough.
Dog, we gotta close the tab. I know that people think this way, obviously. Just seeing it all contained in one human being is so deeply
I gotta take care of some laundry
would
at some
Sharon
point
Osbourne
today.
be talking about see you at the march while also
Speaking of, I think I heard the washer go off, so I should probably go check on that.
These are the kinds of people screaming about DEI. The kinds of people who are in the conversation with ChatGPT, crying, saying, please stop telling me no, just be racist. If you've ever wondered what goes on in the mind of a mid-size anti-woke channel with 3,000 videos, it's that, I guess. So, you know, fantastic. Someone said, how do these channels still exist in 2026? The answer is because YouTube doesn't do anything about them. Because it's beneficial. You're still gonna wind up running ads on this content and making YouTube money. So no, they're never gonna do anything about this. They don't care. I want to see if I would get an ad if I open this in incognito. Okay. Oh, there you go. I hope that answers your question. Anyways, thank you for somehow sitting through. Insert the name of this new format where I just rant about multiple people because individually none of them is actually interesting enough to warrant a full video. I hope you got something out of it. I just needed to scream. And this is how I did that. But yeah, I recorded this video live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless, of course, I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, chilling with my billionaire spouse. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next video or in the next stream. And if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye!
Hey, sorry
$10
about
for
that.
large.
I'm trying
$10 for any
to
three
get all
toppings.
the
$10
clothes
for your
done.
choice of hot crust.
I let the
Welcome back to
pile
my channel,
get
and
really
welcome to my
bad
parents'
this
house.
week.
I'm staying here for a couple of weeks while I'm in the process of buying a house, basically, and going through all that crazy grown-up stuff. So if you see me recording here for a little while, I have to thank my parents. The only issue is they're a little bit on the older side and hard of hearing, so they have the TV on very loud during the day, so I'm always having to film at night. So it's currently 11 p.m. here, and let's just get into today's video. So Morgan of Paul and Morgan is back with a new podcast called Unbuckled, in which Morgan and her friends sit in his car, screech for a little while, and judge people. Today we're going to watch a couple of clips from the first of 3 episodes that they've currently released and just have a talk about it. Is this podcast the worst thing on the internet right now? No, absolutely not. Is it horribly serious and terrible and, you know, they're awful people for doing this? No, absolutely not. Morgan has done a lot worse than make this podcast. However, it interests me, and I have things I want to say in response to a few of their claims and opinions and some of the misinformation that they put forward, and sometimes we just need to have a little giggle at something a bit ridiculous, so that's what we're going to do today. First of all, if you're unfamiliar with Paul and Morgan, may I direct you to my absolutely ridiculous and over-the-top 7-hour-long video, The Saga of Paul and Morgan, which goes through the last 9 years of their YouTube
Yeah,
channel,
just
from
not,
its inception to
like,
today and all the eras
games
of content
as
they've
well.
gone through. For those of you, though, who have more important things to do with your lives than I did when I was making that video, Paul and Morgan are, to give you a very brief summary, a fundy couple who've been making content online, like I said, for about the last 9 years, and they are known for being quite offensive, not very well liked, not having a very happy marriage that they are more than happy to put on display online at all times, and just... there's a lot. Where do I even start?
There are some people, trolls, who are always like, Paul is always making Morgan talk about her past. It's disgusting. He should be ashamed. You're no better, Paul, that you were a virgin and she wasn't.
And this is
Paul and Morgan, the Paul and Morgan show.
you need to treat your wife like she is a delicate vase. That is hard for me to do.
Let's not beat around the bush. We voted for Trump. You don't fall asleep all. I love you with it. No.
I wish we did. I'd like to go to bed snuggling.
Okay, no, we're not putting this in the video.
We need to work on this.
You just act like I never gave any love here. All marriages take hard, stinking work.
Just confusion to a new level.
You can't be they then people. You can't. I'm sorry. Pick one or the other at least.
Could we not have said that about slave owners? Could we not have said, cut that out? This is about slave owners' rights. Yeah, I don't like when they lump like anyone that's in opposition to their lifestyle as these hater jerks. Hater love it. What are you gonna do? Haters. It's a great day. I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
I feel terrible right now.
I just don't really want to be processing this on camera.
Oh, kangaroo.
Knowing that we have a million haters who are going to make stupid videos about
do generally find it quite unlikable. However, I did find when I was making that massive long video, and I watched, no joke, hundreds of hours of their content. Too many, it sent me a little bit insane. And I found at the time when I found Morgan the most likable was when she last went through her vlogging era, and she was covering a lot of her fertility journey and her pregnancy journey. And like I say, it was one of the few times I found her quite likable on camera. I found her not necessarily personally relatable, but I could see why other people would find her relatable, and I felt that she was actually at that time making good content that others would be helped by. I felt there was some value in it. I felt she was doing some really good things. However, I cannot say the same for this latest podcast. Unbuckled are videos hosted by Morgan and her friend Caroline, who goes by the nickname Carl. And I have to say, there is a slight bit of like weird hypocrisy here, because Paul and Morgan absolutely detest trans people. And often in their videos, especially Morgan, she has refused to call trans people by their real names, often dead naming them, and she often refuses to use people's proper and correct pronouns. So, for example, she will often refer to trans women as he and him. However, Paul and Morgan are more than happy to call their female friend Carl. They have given their sons the middle names Grace and Love, which are, you know, not exactly traditionally masculine names. Grace traditionally is a feminine name, so they're happy to like bend to these gender norms and, you know, go against what's expected and not be traditional in that sense. However, when other people do it because that's their identity and who they are, they're not willing to accept that.
Not really. I got work tomorrow, so I'm just gonna honestly just want to sit and rot, play on the computer. I don't. Yeah. I don't know, because we didn't have power for like a whole week, I didn't get to play on the computer, so now I just kind of want to sit and play on the computer a whole bunch. It wasn't a big deal. It was probably good for me to have a little break from screen time, but now I'm like, ooh, I get to have screen time. So, being bad and having a lot of it.
Ooh, keep that down.
7A?
Uncle Limpo.
If,
This samba. Ooh.
Hi.
Hi.
For some reason, it won't let me like get characters married. You can have weddings, but like it won't like let you actually have them married. I don't know why.
Sorry, I put Femboy Lucifer in the game and made everyone polyamorous.
Alright. I'm gonna name the baby Barry. Lover. Same as my
Same as your what?
my second fiance.
Make it your first fiance now.
Oh my god.
That one might be polyamorous.
It's a joke.
I love you. I get Monday and Tuesday off. Fuck you.
Flazzle Polka.
There we go. Okay, I figured out how to do it.
What do you do?
It's like you have to go into the settings. It doesn't just pop up like it used to.
What would you do if they made a Sims 5?
I would be skeptical.
Okay. What if I buy you Sims 5?
I would be very grateful.
Age of Mythology's on sale for $16. Guess I have to get you it.
You both seem rock.
Get up.
Alright. I finally figured it out, and now they can be married. I already gave them a baby. Look at them serving cake to each other. They're so in love.
Smurg zucchini, Shabini Jabin, Turf System, Shima Corbett. Karugi Payun, Kashipino. Who gives?
Brain him. Whisk. Johnny. Kim. Swarsburg.
Retno.
Shalizum.
Robbie Seaver. Baby. Yunabi. Lumazaba. Bonnie Zawi.
Aw, we're kissing. And hugging. Yeah, because I plan on taking a shower today.
Hey, boo. Foreigner's a tour. Oh.
What you cooking?
I gotta make myself.
Ah, okay.
Chili. Karasa. Yalzit Bane. Chew.
Mhm.
I love you.
I love you too.
Adunda, Wallagoy, Gorsha Tavar.
Are we going to the laundromat today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I can just go and you can stay home and enjoy computer time.
I've got 2 extra days off of work. I think
You
I'll
do?
be fine. Well, tomorrow I'm going to the vet.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. And then I also asked for Tuesday off.
Oh. Okay. I feel less bad about asking you to come to the laundromat with me then.
Oh yeah, are you gonna have a way to get home tomorrow?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. What time?
You scheduled it for 4:30.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can just ask John to give me a ride home.
Bronze Melshaba.
Sick of booze.
Humfra.
Aw, Ravobi. Stahibine, Appium, Ebene. O'Neill. Gahar was Shalabi. Shmesha Flynn. Niklalush. No. Anna.
Wanjini Lorray.
boy. The cats are really cute.
Hey.
Lyra.
Phoebe, Jovina. Smile, Zorpalish.
Gelna, bamboo.
Oh,
Samba.
Lymphema.
Roby, Short, Wasipunu.
Dag.
And I find it a little hypocritical, and it's something I've always kind of wondered and questioned about. I find it a little interesting why they do that. But anyway, at present there are 3 episodes of Unbuckled out, with thumbnails looking like they time travelled from a decade ago. Episode 1, which we are going to be watching and responding to today, is Welcome to the Fan, which is, you know, nice and vague. You go girls, tell us nothing. Episodes 2 and 3 I'm hoping to cover in future videos.
It gave you a purple suit automatically, and I think I'm gonna leave it.
Jean's world. Because nothing says I'm a good, modest Christian who judges other women and calls them slutty for what they wear, like describing yourself as a panty girl and attempting to clickbait your underwear to get views. Interesting choice there. And episode 3 is titled Respect Your Elders, Son, which shows us the importance of punctuation. Should it be the son respecting his elders? You know, as in, respect your elders, comma, son? Or should we be respecting the son of our elder? Which would be respect your elder, apostrophe S, son. But as it stands, respect your elder's son means nothing. Who knows what they meant? I mean, maybe it's when we watch the video, but I'm not ready for that yet. I need a break after doing this, okay? Am I being extra snarky today? Probably yes. Do I apologise for that? No. Morgan is known for reacting badly to criticisms of her and Paul, and I do get it. It is very, very difficult to hear criticisms about yourself online, especially on the scale that Paul and Morgan get them, because there's a lot from a lot of different people. They get criticisms from us atheists, they get criticisms from other Christians, they get it from all over the place. And part of me does have sympathy for them. And when I made that massive long video about them, I did find myself empathizing a little bit more, because, you know, I saw, I don't know, maybe just because I engrossed myself in so much of their life for so long when I was making that video. But I do feel like, at this point, now I've had a bit of distance, I feel like I would have more sympathy for them if, one, the criticisms of them weren't because they'd spent so much of their time over the last decade being racist, homophobic, transphobic, and cruel to other people online, and two, if Morgan tried to actually respond to the criticisms with reasoned responses, rather than just calling everyone names like dumbos and dummies, as she often does, and saying that her critics just live in their grandma's basement all the time. I know there's an irony of me sat in my parents' living room right now saying that, but here we are. In my defense, I've just lost my daughter, my dog, and
sell what your kids don't need and earn some extra money back. Quick snap.
I'm going through a big transitional period of buying a house and all sorts, and I'm very lucky to have like them here as a safety net right now, while I'm sorting myself out, you know. Anyway, my point is,
Look
I would
at
have more
the
respect for Morgan if she was
dress.
like, I've heard people say X,
Isn't
Y,
that
and Z
cute?
about me, and I
Yes.
disagree because of A, B, and C reasons, or even if she was just like, I've heard this stuff, I'm not going to comment, it doesn't bother me, whatever, you think what you think. Instead of what she does, which is just like, oh boy, these dumbos online are saying things about me again. It's like, you have no idea because you all live in your mum's basement and you're stupid and dumb. I can't do impressions. I'm tired and I'm too old for this.
And I'm freaking on my period, and I've about had it with the big freaking idiots online. I'm sorry. No, Lauren. Calm me down. But no, literally, information from Reddit, maybe just shut it. Maybe just keep your mouth shut. You literally know nothing, and you sound so stupid.
If you
when
want.
you get online.
That's up to you. Do you mind just not putting them where I'd walk into them?
Stupid. And you look stupid too.
Okay. If you do decide to put them
You
on.
guys only have the information that Paul and I put out online. We hardly ever speak about certain things, and it's for a reason. You guys don't need all the details. You dumbos, Redditors don't need all the details. But like, I don't know why I even bother sharing that information, because it doesn't matter. I could tell you that Paul was actually a multi-millionaire, and you guys wouldn't believe it because you guys just want to keep thinking that my husband's a loser and he doesn't provide for the family, because you guys you thrive on people failing. You thrive on people not doing well in life. You thrive on the idea that there's a woman out there suffering in an abusive marriage. You love that storyline. You just love it. And so, anywho,
Whenever
just
I'm
here to
done
tell
washing.
you guys are a bunch of idiots, and I don't feel sorry.
I'm
for
washing
saying
all the
that.
clothes
I
right
literally
now.
don't. So for the people who are gonna message me and be like, "This isn't very Christ-like," no, just no. Get on Reddit and see the things those people are saying. Actually, don't save your brain cells.
You know, like when you're drunk and you can't stop laughing at stupid stuff with your friends that wouldn't be funny in any other context, and you're like, oh my god, this would actually make the best podcast ever. People would find us hilarious, and then you sober up in the morning and you're like, oh, no, I'm not actually that funny or charismatic, and I don't actually have anything of value to say. Well, Morgan and Carl did that, except they weren't drunk to start with, and they still haven't sobered up now. So here they are, monetizing their friendship as Unbuckled the podcast. Let's take a look at episode 1.
Can I get 2 medium Sprites? Well, that's our forever clip. Here.
For some reason, this is what they decide to open every episode with. I would say they have the sense of humor of Colleen Hoover, where they think clumsy equals quirky equals interesting, and the reality is that's just not a thing. A little marketing advice, which I should probably follow myself, to be honest, let's be real here. Open your video with something that will grab your audience's attention for being interesting or eliciting an emotional response. Some people like to maybe put a small highlight here as a here's what's coming up sort of thing, or maybe you want to start with an intro that tells us something about yourselves and your personalities, or what you hope to achieve with the podcast, something like that. Something that really sets the tone. I don't think this intro does that. All I get from this is, great, am I gonna be watching this low quality video where they just keep mistakes in and these people have no personality other than, you know, thinking ordering lemonade is the highlight of their day? That's what I get from this intro. It doesn't make me want to watch more.
Welcome to Unbuckled, a little unhinged and a lot honest. Oh man.
I will just say, as an autistic woman, the high-pitched squealing in this video is a sensory nightmare for me. I often refer to it as like screeching and squealing, but however you describe it, it bothered me. It took me so long to just watch this video while I was researching and making my script for this, because it was just a lot. The squealing was too much. Kept having to take little breaks.
As you can see, we're in a van. My mom van. My van, not my mom's van.
Yes, it's your.
Yes.
But yeah, this whole intro bit here is giving kind of like teenage girl who says things like, I'm so random in her MSN bio, and then you actually have a conversation with her and the whole thing is just like, what are you up to? Not much, you? Yeah, not much, you. I'm a dinosaur, rawr. Lol. And that's like the only thing they ever say or have going for them. I honestly just feel too old to be watching this nonsense. Like, who is this even for? Who is their target audience? Who is watching? Well, not many people are watching it, but who do they expect to watch this? Because adult women like myself won't relate to this because of how immature they are, but kids and teens won't relate to this because of their subject matter. They talk about their vaginas a lot, and sex with their husbands, and childbirth, and being a mother. So they talk and act like teenagers and children, but the subject matter isn't for teenagers and children. So there's a real mismatch in tones and content going on here. And like I say,
I don't know who would be watching this. Teen mums and child brides, maybe? I mean, as target audiences go, maybe not an ideal one.
Because once a month, me and Carl meet up. That's Carl. I'm Morgan. Yeah, we never introduced ourselves. Should we introduce ourselves? I'm Morgan. And I'm Caroline. There we go. Continue. AKA Carl. Yeah.
Carissa, you're so cute.
I'm just playing Sims.
You're so cute. Any other words that try to indicate otherwise means that you hate me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We might have one of one. That's a one-on-one true RBA. That's a one-on-one true RBA boss. Actually, I have chills right now.
Just another hint for Morgan here and for Carl. Sometimes it can help to plan out what you're going to say in a video before you film it. For example, if you're making a podcast, you could do a brief outline of here's how we're going to introduce ourselves, here's how we're going to summarize the podcast, here's our first topic, here's our second topic, here's what we're going to say in the outro, and so on. So, for example, when I make a YouTube video, I write a script, I talk about all my points, I often write, like, I'm going to say this and this and this, I reference the clips I'm going to be reacting to, and so on. When you just go into something completely unplanned like this and you have no idea what's going on, unless you have a lot of practice and you kind of need that spontaneity for whatever reason, it can just come across as like really unprofessional, as it does in Morgan and Carl's video. And a little planning would go a long way to making them not look so unorganized and unprofessional, and a little structure might make this more interesting as a podcast.
So, ladies, because I'm assuming that's our audience, we decided when we meet up, we just have some juicy girly combos. And we're like, so good. Why not bring some other ladies into this? You know, we're talking about how motherhood and wifehood have made us these really mature women. So mature. So mature, it's crazy. But then we get together and we're just like two girls, girly girls. All the girl talk, and it's a great time.
Question, are the mature ladies in the room with us now? Why have I never seen evidence of Morgan being mature ever? I know she's a mum, I know she's a wife, but that doesn't automatically equal maturity. I've never, like, yeah, she's posted some parenting videos and she seems vaguely capable, that's fine, but I've never seen any evidence of, like, emotional maturity or, like, being able to handle things well, you know? I don't know.
It's like every time we're talking, we're just like, wow, we are so funny. Why did we not record that? Like, that was just so funny and so wise, you know? No, we're literally so smart.
Honestly, I wrote that during a podcast comment earlier before I watched this far into the video, but wow, was I bang on.
Okay, guys, well, Carl, yes. Can I just say? Yes, you can. Please do. Say that this ambulance driving past us right now, God bless them, be safe. I hope and pray, truly, that the person in there is safe. But can you turn the sirens off? No, really, sometimes I do feel like it's a bit unnecessary, and I'm sure when we blow up and this podcast is super big, I'll get hate for that. But, we can calm it down a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry that a life-threatening emergency interrupted your unplanned podcast in a car. What a tragedy. Honestly, this could all have been edited out. It wasn't necessary, it's unnecessary. And again, it looks unprofessional, it looks unorganized. There's a degree where you want things in your videos to feel real and friendly and like you're just having a chat with a friend. Like, I sometimes leave in rambles and go off on tangents because I'm like, it feels like a nice way to connect with the audience, and it feels like something real that I'd say if I was like chatting with a friend in a coffee shop. It's that kind of the vibe I like in my videos, you know? I don't need things like I'm not in a studio. I don't want to pretend I'm in a studio. I don't want to pretend that this is like a highly produced TV show or something like that. It's not. I'm literally just a woman in a house having a chat with someone, and like, you know, you guys answer me back in the comments, you know, and I like that. I think you can get that level of like that kind of homemade quality without it being unprofessional. You know, there's different degrees of stuff. I feel like there's certain things that just like don't need to stay in there,
For example, siren sounds. You know, I used to live next to a busy main road in Leeds, and we would have sirens of vehicles going past all the time. Big heavy trucks that would rumble constantly. There was a work site down the road, so you'd sometimes get big noises, cement mixers going past. We'd get ambulances, police cars, fire engines at all hours of the day. And when that happened and I was filming, I just take a pause, let them go past, and then continue, because that's what you do. You guys don't need to hear that. That doesn't really add to anything. But I have to say, this whole thing of like leaving the siren in there, complaining about it, complaining about ambulances like existing, and then they go off on this whole tangent about how like they have conspiracy theories about ambulances and how they're not really doing it. Like, if I didn't know Morgan before, this would really make me dislike her.
So I do feel like that's kind of too harsh at this point a little bit, although I didn't make myself clear enough. Because I feel like my issue isn't so much like that they left in an unwanted sound or a mistake or something like that, because I feel like in a way that's kind of part of the charm of YouTube videos, or at least it's something I like. Like, having something super polished or professional and overly produced, I'm going to TV or a film or something. But I want that kind of homemade quality that is a little bit embedded at times when I'm watching YouTube. I like the homemade feel, and I don't mind people making mistakes. I don't mind when they leave in entertainers or trip over images or, background noise. That doesn't actually bother me that much. So I feel like I'm maybe expressing myself wrong here. My issues with Morgan Carl in this particular part of the clip is minor compared to what we're coming up to in the rest of the video. But mostly just, I don't think there's any need to be critical ambulances in services, because the work they do is invaluable, and I don't think it's fair to critique them like this and screech about them, how terrible they are, and like make jokes about them. Like, it just feels unnecessary to really clear. And secondly, I think what bothered me was less about them leaving in a mistake, and more just like the fact that they're so boring, they have so little to talk about, that they made a whole plot of their podcast series on complaining about an ambulance. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, find something to say, you know? The irony that I know I'm making a video talking about them, talking about that, but I know. But my point is, like, it's boring. Like, if you'd actually point out your podcast, it has interesting things to talk about, you wouldn't have needed to have this, you wouldn't have needed to leave this in to pad the running time. You could just cut all this, because it's unnecessary and it's boring. And that's what it is, it's not like a mistake or something or whatever. It's that it's boring. That's what I think I'm trying to say. I don't know, I'm very tired at the moment, if you can't tell.
You gotta do some laundry. Hop on a pin's. Okay. If you gotta clean, hop on a pin's. No olvide de apagar la luz cuando salga de la casa. You got that most little life to build, boo boo.
Y'all ever driven behind an EMS and they're like flying, but like they're just like laughing in the back? I've seen that. I've literally seen it through the window of the EMS, and I'm like, okay. So Morgan's conspiracy is that people who are in ambulances are just having a party. No, I'm kidding.
I wasn't going to focus this video on like giving them marketing advice, but here we are, I guess. For those of you who don't know, I used to work in digital marketing, and I'm far better at advising others than I am about applying it to myself. I find it very hard to kind of view myself as a brand. It's tough. Anyway, let's move on.
So my week has been, I've slept terrible every single night, and I do not sleep bad. Do you sleep bad? Last night actually was a very bad night, and I feel like I have to be honest about that, but for the most part, no, I'm sleep pretty okay. Okay, I am like a rock solid sleeper. Like, my head hits that pillow and I am gone. Don't come trying to talk to me or, anything. Like, I'm out. So, I don't know who would be trying to talk to you. My husband would get
Wow, guys.
No,
wow.
it's
Top
Bogey.
quality content. I can see why you couldn't wait to share this with
the
the world.
name is wrong.
What a unique and
Hold on.
illuminating perspective.
It's Swam.
I feel so inspired right now.
Yes, skiing at the store.
we are
Mine's
now 7
right.
minutes into a 29-minute podcast. That is a quarter of the way through, and so far, we've had nothing really. We've learnt Morgan is moving house. Morgan hasn't slept well. They don't like ambulances, and they think this is super interesting content that people are going to want to come back for every month. It took you 7 minutes to say all that. I know I ramble. This was the longest 7 minutes of my life watching this.
Entire week leading up to Friday, us telling the landlord, it was still kind of like back and forth, like we weren't 100% sure. What is it? I was thinking about that laughing. It's got crazy. No, but there were just cars going by. They are. They're so slow. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a second to recover. Okay, are you collected? I'm collected now.
I don't get it.
I am re-going into, that's not the right phrase, but that's what I'm saying.
Go for it.
My sourdough journey.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Look, I love baking as much as the next person, but there is only so much I can continue to hear about sourdough without wanting to punch my own eardrums. Why is it that people who get into making sourdough make it their whole personality? Like, yeah, it tastes good. I like bacon as well. Bacon's good. I don't need to listen to someone talk about sourdough for 20 minutes when they're just repeating the same things I've heard for 50 other people. Oh, I love sourdough. Oh, my starter's doing okay. Oh, I need to give my starter more flour. Oh, I bake sourdough and give it to my friends. Look, I wrapped it in some fabric. Look, I wrapped it in a brown paper bag. Look, if you're gonna talk about sourdough, tell me something new. For once, please. I'm sure there are great sourdough creators out there. Morgan and Carl are not in that category.
Now the question though is, are you gonna use freshly milk flour?
Oh my gosh, I knew you were gonna say this. So annoying. No.
Was she saying it like this on purpose? Because this is all I could hear.
Carl, that kills people.
They then spend several minutes talking about flour and bugs in flour. There's also a lot of misinformation in all this. Yeah, again, this could have all been cut.
But it was this woman who has like one of those grain mill things.
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And there were bugs in it. Oh my!
But that wasn't the mill. That was the grain.
I don't
even
care.
Berries.
They were there. You know what I mean? Like enough. It's like enough. Like I understand why you do what you do. I do. It's supposed to be so much better.
Healthy.
Than the store-bought flour. But like, I would rather not see my bugs in my flour, you know?
Okay, I don't have bugs in my flour, thank you very much. And you can buy a store-bought bag of flour and there could be bugs in there.
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna see them. You know what I mean?
You would see them.
Oh, I don't think I would.
Why would you see them in the wheat berries, but not in the store-bought?
Well, because I feel like the wheat berries are more organic. Like, it's like more of an opportunity for other organic life.
I actually felt myself getting stupider at this part. We are at 14 and a half minutes into the podcast, and they finally decide to get to the meat of this episode of the podcast and talk about crazy takes in life. I thought they were going to do like one each at this point, but they don't. Only Carl gives a crazy take, and this is what it is.
Okay, so the crazy take of the week is not my crazy take. Okay. It is a crazy take I have been seeing swirling and twirling around online, and it is that getting pregnant or being pregnant, just having babies in general, in this time period, in this day and age in which we live, is selfish. And from what I understand from this argument, is that it is selfish because we just live in such horrible times. Like, there's the climate crisis and all of the politicians that are horrible, and just like wars and things. And I don't know, I just think that that's a pretty crazy take. What do you think?
That's a crazy take, alright. I got to tell you, you brought a good one today.
I usually make the Twilight cast. I didn't this
I
round.
actually saw a clip of this clipped and posted online, which is what made me want to respond to this podcast in the first place. Because I heard this and I had thoughts.
Someone else will love them on Vinted. Just snap a pic, list your item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with 0 selling fees, you keep every dollar. Sell what you don't wear. Earn cash to upgrade your style. With millions of users and low costs for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on Vinted today.
Now, for context, if you're new here and you don't know me, hi, my name's Rachel, and I am a child-free woman. I never want to have children myself, but I am by no means an anti-natalist. I completely support other people if they want to have kids, and they choose to have kids, and I don't actively believe that people should stop having kids. I also, I guess that's kind of like an extra dimension to my child-freeness, because it is very likely that I wouldn't be able to have kids myself. I have a lot of uterus issues and some cervix issues, which means that conceiving would potentially be very difficult for me, and if I did, the whole process of growing a baby and giving birth to it could potentially kill me. So for me, it just feels like my body and my mind are very aligned, and I don't mind that, but that's kind of like an extra dimension into my experience around this conversation. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's so late at night. I'm rambling. I'm tired. I'm nearly 33. I am too old to be filming in the middle of the night, but here we are. This is my life for now. So one of the things that really bothered me a lot about this clip was that Carl put things like climate crisis, corrupt politicians, and so on in these quotation marks, because can we not? These are very real things to be concerned about. These are things that absolutely will affect you and any children you do decide to have, and I do believe these are things you should be thinking about before you bring a child into this world, especially things like the climate crisis. I have less of an issue with the choice to have children or not being labelled as selfish or not selfish, because I think if you do decide to have children for a reason that is selfish, that is okay. It's okay. Well, for me, in my mind, it's not exactly selfish. It's self-focused. And I think it's okay for people to be self-focused sometimes. So, for example, if a person says, hey, I really want to have kids because I personally want to have the opportunity to raise a little person and make their life amazing, I think that's a self-focused reason, and there's nothing wrong with that. Who am I to say a person shouldn't do that, or that it's selfish or not? Like, it's fine, you go for it, I support you. The big issue that I really have is with Carl and Morgan's dismissal of big issues like climate change, which will affect future generations and is something people should be thinking about. For all some people like to disagree with me in the comments, I do think we have a big problem in the world at the minute with overpopulation, with overconsumption, with creating too much waste, with overuse of non-renewable energy sources. And I think that is something we do need to think about and we do need to be concerned with.
You know, I remember seeing, like, what are they called? Like neonatalists or something? Like,
Oh, I have no idea.
it's like, that's probably not the word, but it's something natalist that, like, they wish that they had not been born.
So what they mean here is not neonatalists or anything like that. What they mean is, what they're referring to is antinatalists, and how they describe it is a big oversimplification. Is a big oversimplification of what antinatalists actually believe. And this is where I think a little bit of simple planning ahead of filming so that they can do their research and get their thoughts together before the camera turns on would have been useful, so they're not spreading misinformation in this way. And basically, antinatalism is a philosophical judgment, if you will, and a viewpoint and ideology that states that procreation is ultimately unethical. This can look different in practice for different people, and there are different viewpoints within the antinatalist kind of umbrella, if you will. So on a purely theoretical basis, antinatalists might often argue about things like how babies cannot consent to being born or being brought into this world in the first place, how they themselves didn't consent to it, and how life inevitably leads to suffering in one way or another, so it's unethical to bring new life into the world, and therefore into suffering, and so on. On a practical level, how they express this might be that some antinatalists choose to never have children themselves, some choose to argue that no other people should ever have children themselves, some say that they won't have children themselves, but they will actively take steps to improve the life of those who are already living by adopting or fostering children, and so on. There's, again, many facets to this. It's far more complex than I could cover in one small segment of one small video, and as I'm not an antinatalist myself, I'm probably not the best person to be speaking about this. I'd recommend you go and listen to antinatalists themselves to get their points of view. I've left a book written by one antinatalist down in the sources and further reading for this video if you want to check it out, and I'm going to be quoting from it later, so put a pin in this, we'll come back to it.
They wish that they had not been born, and they're like mad at their mom for having them, and like it's crazy wild. Literally, I'm saying.
Yeah, it does sound crazy. Since you just made it up. That's not how the majority of antinatalists think. This is the epitome of a straw man fallacy.
And they think that like it's selfish to have kids. Yeah, so I have heard of this take before, and it is crazy, and it's the dumbest take in the universe. And listen, as a mom, yes, as mothers, we understand the fears that come with having children, no matter what day and age we're in, whether it's 2026 or 200 AD, no, BC, or AD, yeah, either one, yeah, it's really old, please.
So they're just glossing over any claims of selfishness and calling them crazy instead of providing any counter-argument and assuming people worry about that simply because they're scared of having kids. This is a complete nonsense argument right here, because that's not it. That's not the antinatalist position. Antinatalists are not scared of having kids themselves. Instead, it's more of a philosophical position where they think it is immoral to create new life when it cannot consent to being created. They think it's immoral to bring a child into the world that is so filled with pain and suffering that inevitably that child will end up suffering, will end up in pain. They think it's immoral to bring a child into the world who will inevitably contribute to more environmental damage and destruction to the planet, and or bring more pain and suffering to others, and so on. It's not about them, oh, I'm scared to raise a baby. That's not the antinatalist position at all. It's a position about the ethics of bringing children into this world, not about an individual being scared or not. And again, it's much more complicated than I can possibly express in this one video. There's so many more facets to it than I've mentioned so far, but it's not at all as Morgan and Carl are presenting it.
But imagine, can you just imagine if Mary, beautiful Mother Mary, had said, sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Angel. Yeah, I can't be doing that because we're living in crazy times. You know what I'm saying? Roman occupation. And yeah, like, that would be so stupid and so dumb.
Again, I'm so tired of Morgan's only counter-arguments to anything being, that's so stupid, that's so dumb. Nay, if you really believe that Mary gave birth to Jesus like the Bible says, then she didn't exactly have a choice in it, did she? Even if Mary was an antinatalist, she wouldn't have had a choice whether to birth Jesus or not, if it really happened as the Bible says. So your whole point makes no sense. But either way, this reminds me of the anti-choice argument of, but what if the embryo aborted would grow up to cure cancer? That's why abortion is wrong. Okay. And what if the embryo that was aborted grew up to be the next Hitler and commit genocide of millions? Does that suddenly make abortion right?
Whatnot is an app you can download on your smartphone or your tablet, where sellers are having live shows 24/7 to bid on all the comics you could ever want. It is pretty amazing. And you know what else is pretty dope?
No, that's not a solid argument for why abortion should or should not be allowed. Just as it's not a solid argument for why or why not someone should or shouldn't be an antinatalist. We can't actually know the future for sure. All we can do is use our best judgment to do what we think is the best for us and the people around us in the moment. And for some people, choosing not to have kids themselves is really what they truly believe is the best thing to do. I don't see why someone saying, I'm going to weigh up all my options and choose to do the one thing that I think will minimize the amount of harm caused to others is in any way dumb. Just because that's not a conclusion you'd come to in your situation, or because that's not a choice you would make in your situation, that doesn't mean that their choice in their situation or their conclusion in their situation is dumb.
So yeah, this idea that we should, that it's first of all, why the heck is it selfish? Because it is the most selfless job in the universe. Name another job that is it can't be done. Selfless. It literally can't be done. Of being a mother. It cannot. You cannot tell me that there's another job
I think the fact that they're even asking this shows that they've not bothered at all to engage with the people they're arguing against because they don't even know what they're arguing against. Again, I'll reiterate, some people think it's selfish or unethical to not have kids because they worry about a whole number of factors, including but not limited to 1. The lack of consent from the person being born. 2. That the person being born will inevitably suffer in some way. 3. That the person being born will inevitably contribute to the planet's destruction. 4. That the person being born will inevitably cause suffering to others in some way. 5. That the negative and destructive consequences of bringing a child into this world outweigh the positive and constructive consequences of bringing a child into this world on average, and so on. If you want to argue against one or more of these points, then please, Morgan, Carl, go ahead. It would make a much more interesting video than just calling people stupid and screech laughing about it. Even I could argue against some of these points, you know? And you know, I could. So, for example, you could argue that when you bring a child into the world, you don't know what the actual long-term consequences of this will be, and while there is a high chance that the child you bring into the world will contribute to damaging the environment, as we all do, or increase human suffering in one way or another, there is also a chance that they will actually improve the environment or help heal the environment. There's a chance they will help more people than they harm. So therefore, it could be argued that you can't actually make a judgment about whether bringing an individual child into this world will or will not be ethical until after it's happened. So you could argue against a position like that. That could be an interesting thing to discuss and have a back and forth about and be like, well, some people think this, then others think this, and show that back and forth.
Sure. Middleweights? Huh? Lamita.
baby, or like, you know, I'll see women like feminists in like the comment section of like mom's posts, you know, and they'll be like, this is a great, you know, ad for birth control, or just like horrible, nasty things. And I'm like, you guys are actually some of the most misogynistic human beings on the face of the planet. It's wild.
So, Carl believes that feminists are the most misogynistic people out there. Now, I was really confused because why are you suddenly talking about feminists all of a sudden when you're discussing antinatalists? Feminists and antinatalists are not the same at all. Some feminists may be antinatalists, some antinatalists may be feminists, but not all antinatalists are feminists, and not all feminists are antinatalists. Take myself, for example. I would describe myself as an intersexual feminist, but not an antinatalist. I do, however, agree with Carl that it is a bit mean and unnecessary to comment those things on people's posts. I am completely with her there, and I support her. I'll be honest, though, sometimes when I see posts about children or babies or whatever, I do have those thoughts myself. I might see some snot-covered crying child and be like, oh my god, yes, okay. Seeing this confirms that I never want one. Even things like when people post like happy things about like, oh, we got a day out at the zoo with the kids. I'm like, oh god, that's like my idea of hell. I love going to the zoo, and I love that being me time alone where I can just take photos. The idea of having to do that with a kid confirms to me again that I never want one. So I admit I do have those thoughts. However, I would never say that like in the comments or directly to a parent, because that's just cruel for the sake of it. It's unnecessary. They don't need to know I'm thinking that, you know? It's not necessary. So I completely agree with Carl here that it is cruel to say those things, and it doesn't need to happen. However, I don't understand why she's blaming feminists for it. It is not a feminist viewpoint that having kids is bad. Like, it's not a feminist viewpoint that you need to leave mean comments on people's social media posts. That is not a feminist thing to do, that's just a mean person thing to do. Like I say, as a feminist myself, I always have been and always will be outspoken in my support of mothers, especially in terms of and just people in general with kids, receiving proper healthcare, proper social care, proper support, proper paid maternity leave, and so on. I will always support a person's right to choose what happens to their body and whether they want to have kids or not, and I think every person should have full support of whatever they decide to do with their lives and their family situation and their bodies and so on. And I don't think that's an unusual viewpoint for a feminist to have. So many feminists are mothers themselves, you know, and I think that's a pretty common and obvious bit of knowledge. I don't know. Anyway. I just don't get why Carl is equating some sort of like commenter on social media with misogynistic feminists and then equating them with antinatalists. Like, it's all such a jumble of flaws. She's angry at a lot of people, and she's kind of putting them all in the same group with the same label, and you're like, no, they're not the same things at all, you know? Feels like another straw man fallacy going on here.
It takes so much mental gymnastics to get there. I don't even know how you get there, because people have been having babies since like the dawn of television, and like throughout all courses, like when has there ever actually been better time to have babies than now? Like with modern medicine, with sanitation, with like access to like so much, and you're telling me that now is not as good a time to have a baby as like during, I don't know, the Cold War or the Great Depression. It's just crazy.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Some things are better than they've ever been, especially in regards to the healthcare we have today and things like our advances in medicine and treatments and so on. But this doesn't mean someone has to do something like have children if they don't want to. If someone offered me the best ice cream in the world but I just wasn't hungry, that doesn't mean I have to eat it. I'll still turn it down and say no. You're not going to be shoving ice cream forcefully into my mouth against my will. Just like you're not going to be shoving babies forcefully into my uterus just because we have better medicine than we've had in the past. And just because we have things like good sanitation and healthcare, as they mentioned, now in many parts of the world, that doesn't mean they're available in all parts of the world. I think Morgan and Carl struggle to think outside their own little bubble, in their own little white, middle-class part of America. I've spoken before about how disturbingly high the maternal mortality rate is for black women in America. But it's not just America where it's a problem.
Yeah.
The mortality rates for women around the world. So the World Health Organization tells us that every day in 2023, over 700 women died from preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth. A maternal death occurred almost every 2 minutes in 2023. While the World Population Review listed the maternal mortality rates as being as high as 993 deaths per 100,000 births in Nigeria and 748 deaths per 100,000 in Chad, and a lot of other countries saw similarly high rates. Just because it's better than ever in some parts of the world, that doesn't mean there's no risk for women in other parts of the world. And even in those parts of the world where you do have good healthcare, there's still massive risks. And again, I'll say it, especially for black women, because their pain is not taken seriously. They are not listened to by a lot of doctors and health professionals, and they don't get the care they need. And they end up suffering and dying because of it.
DTF and any new episodes of Smiling Friends. Basically anything that shows up on Peacock I usually like. I've been really enjoying The Miniature Life. There hasn't been a lot of movies that I'm super interested in, though, I'll be honest. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Yeah, I'm nervous about it. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. Oh, is it? Maybe it will be good then. I really enjoyed Markiplier's movie. Definitely want to see more movies like that. Yeah, Iron Lung. That's the only one I know that he's made. Anyways.
Yazoo. Famous. Panda. Smirsh Wallabepso. Rajwaga Lastubo. Chasana Braj. Zakutwe Yabor.
True.
Into me.
Mola Shivene. Oh, Shavy boy. Ah, spade half yum. Avalini, sweat. Russia. Champafona fish. She runs Stevie cleaner.
LaRue.
You know, Rose. Fini.
Wakey, short, bonza.
Oh, Sardini. Ah. Dope.
Samba.
Thank you. My hair is greasy and frizzy, but at least I'm sparkling. That's okay. I'll take a good shower tonight.
Open. Batman.
Yeah. I like it when it's curly or wavy. I don't like when it's frizzy like this. Hi, baby boy.
Lord, come people.
Mwah.
Amu, it's about a marriage.
Fippy.
And that's just absolutely not okay. It is absolutely fine, knowing this information, for people to be worried and take this into consideration when deciding whether they want to have kids or not. Plus, do you really think there's people during the Cold War and Great Depression, as Carl says, had a choice like we do today? Today we do have more access to contraceptives and abortion and so on, so people do have more of a choice than they ever did. Why not exercise that choice? I don't understand this viewpoint that just because people suffered in the past, we should suffer the same things today. And also, I don't mean to say or speak about this in a disrespectful way, but the first time Morgan gave birth, she nearly died. She was in real danger. And when she had her second kid, she was petrified. She knows how dangerous childbirth can be. She knows that there are major concerns. There's a reason she doesn't want to have another kid. Because especially with her ongoing health issues and stuff and what's happened in the past, she could die. She would be very likely to die if she has another kid. I don't want that for her. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want that for herself. She knows there are these risks. So why wouldn't she consider that other people also worry about that? Like I said before, I have a lot of these uterus problems, which mean that if I had a kid and I was pregnant, it could cause a hell of a lot of damage or potentially kill me. I always decided I didn't want kids before I found this out, but now knowing that this is happening to me, it's made me even more determined to never have them and to never be pregnant. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to put my life at risk like that. And I think that's a completely valid and okay take to have. I think when Morgan says she doesn't want to have any more kids because, she is worried about health and stuff, that is a completely valid take to have. I just don't understand why she can't see that that's okay for other people,
Take a next level beach vacation with cheapcaribbean.com. Get more food, more drinks, and more fun for less money with cheapcaribbean.com. Depop has no sound. Make even more money when you sell your clothes. Download now.
Gas in our clip.
See ya.
I don't know.
And it's such a chronically online take too. Like, this is the take of women or people who are on their phone all the time, and they do not have real life experiences or encounters with anybody. I'm convinced.
Yeah, that's so true.
Okay, one, pot, kettle. You are saying that sat next to the woman who posts 30 Instagram stories a day and argues with strangers on Reddit constantly. Two, please explain this to me because I'm so confused by what you mean. How is someone saying something like, I'm worried about the damage humans are doing to the environment, so I don't want to have any kids who will contribute to the population increasing, which may cause more environmental damage? How is that a chronically online take? I'm so confused.
Because, name a person that we, talk to on a normal basis, face-to-face, come across, and, they would have that view. I cannot think of a single person.
No, because it's insane.
It's insane.
Yeah, and you know what? I could say the opposite of this. 80% of my close friends in the real world are also child-free people. And I think that's just because we as humans generally spend time with people who have the same values and lifestyles as us. That doesn't mean that antinatalists or child-free people are chronically online. It just means that for Carl and Morgan, they don't have a particularly diverse group of friends in that respect, And you know what? Neither do I. But at least I'm aware of it. And I'm not claiming that, all these people who just want to have kids and they want to pop out babies all the time, that's such a chronically online take. No. Just because you only interact with people with a different viewpoint to you online, that doesn't mean they are chronically online, and again, I'm sorry, but with the amount Morgan posts and how she's constantly reading subreddits about herself and comments about herself and stuff, it feels a little hypocritical to complain about other people being chronically online when you're there, Morgan,
But also, I think the other part of it that just gets me is that they're talking about the reason why it's so bad to have one right now is because of all these big horrible issues that are going on, and I'm
there's always going to be horrible issues.
But then also we are a resilient species, and we have babies in times of chaos and in times of peace. But this idea that not having children is like the best thing we can do is insane, because if everyone were to just stop having kids, like we would die as a species. And I just think like that's so anti-biological, it's insane. Like, do you hate yourself?
Ignoring the hating yourself comment here, that is the point. That is what some antinatalists want and believe. There is a book by David Benatar, the one I mentioned earlier, called Better to Have Never Been, which opens with a wonderfully succinct summary. Each one of us was harmed by being brought into existence. That harm is not negligible because the quality of even the best lives is very bad, and considerably worse than most people recognize it to be. Although it is obviously too late to prevent our own existence, it is not too late to prevent the existence of future possible people. Creating new people is thus morally problematic. He goes on to write later in the book, the central idea of this book is that coming into existence is always serious harm. Although the good things in life make it go better than it otherwise would have gone, one could not have been deprived of their absence if one had not existed. Those who never exist cannot be deprived. However, by coming into existence, one does suffer quite serious harms that could not have befallen one had one not come into existence. And this is why it's so important to listen to actual antinatalists and hear what they're saying instead of just making it up, yeah? And yeah, while this isn't necessarily the view that I personally hold, because like I say, I'm pretty undecided, I absolutely see where he's coming from. And I understand that saying, it's insane, we would die, humans would die, is an illogical response to this, because in the views of many antinatalists, the discontinuation of the human race is the only way to prevent more suffering. That is essentially what they want. I guess what I'm saying is that if Carl wants to effectively respond to this, she should be arguing why she believes it's important for the human race to continue, not just that it should. I guess to give you an analogy of where everyone's at in terms of this argument, let's say me, Carl, and David are organising a party. David, who wrote the book. He says, I want us to serve chocolate cake because X, Y, and Z reasons, and I don't think we should serve lemon cake because of A, B, and C reasons. And I say, well, yep, I see your viewpoint. I could also argue against your viewpoint. I see the pros for lemon cake where you don't, and I see the cons of chocolate cake where you don't. So, but I also see the pros of chocolate cake. So why don't we put out one chocolate cake and one lemon cake, and we let people choose which cake they want to eat. And then Carl comes in and says, no, we should only serve lemon cake, and we should force everyone at the party to have a slice of the lemon cake, because if we serve chocolate cake, that's really bad because it's chocolate. Are you stupid? And then she just leaves it there.
Like, really, truly. I think it goes back to what you were saying about, like, I don't know what the term is, but you said neonatal. Yeah, like these people who are mad that they were born, and I'm like, okay, what do you want?
Yeah,
I mean, what do you want?
Sorry that you hate your life. Like, those people are the saddest people in the universe because they literally, like, hate their lives. They hate that they're alive. And that is so sad. And, like, demonic. I mean, let's be real. But, yeah, to try and, like, make this take that, like, a ginormous population believes is crazy.
Yeah, and it absolutely is sad when people hate their own lives. However, that's not the reason people have for being antinatalist. They don't become antinatalist because they hate their own lives, or because, like, Carl and Morgan think they hate their mothers or something like that. And that's absolutely not why antinatalists think other people should be antinatalists either. Like, I can't believe I'm having to sit here in a video and defend a position that I don't even hold myself, just because Morgan and Carl are misrepresenting it so completely.
Sell what your kids don't need and earn some extra money back. Quick snap. Upload your toy and sell. Sold already.
It's wild.
It's crazy. Well, I think, like, well, you know what, whatever. If you don't have kids, if you don't want to blah, 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 that's totally you. I think what gets me is, like, getting on this, like, fake, mind you, like, moral high horse. You know, like, you are doing so much for the population because you've decided you're not going to have your future daughter. And it's like...
And I'm kind of like, honestly, yes. Because if you had a child, I'd be concerned for that kid. But...
I mean...
I mean, well, I was about to congratulate her for being so accepting of child-free people here, if not antinatalists, but then Morgan just had to go and ruin it all by being so completely nasty for no reason. She is incredibly immature and just mean. And it's really hard when you're kind of like, again, when I made that massive 7-hour-long video on Paul and Morgan, I didn't always feel myself rooting for them a bit because I saw this more human side of them, and I definitely saw a lot of Morgan's like vulnerabilities, and I saw her as more of a well-rounded person than I had done before. There's a part of me that wants to root for her and wants her to be happy and to be better and, like, you know, to stop being so angry and miserable all the time. But then she's just so damn mean to so many people, and she's so condescending and she's rude, and it just makes it really hard to root for her when she's so nasty, you know? I will say though that I do think they're saying all of this stuff because they just simply don't understand the position they're arguing against. I think that's been the whole point of this video, hasn't it? Like, I don't know how many more times I need to say it, to be honest. It's quite obvious now. They simply don't understand the position they're arguing against, so they can't make any compelling arguments against it. Anyway, the one last thing I want to cover is just this.
Oh, have you watched any of this Love is Blind, this new season? Okay, well, there's just this clip going around so one of the contestants or people on it, Emma, she like really doesn't want to have kids, or she's like struggling to know like whether or not she does want them. And in a conversation she's having with her sister's talking about how, you know, she loves her kids, but if she could do it again, like, she wouldn't have her kids. No! Yes, and she's saying this on like TV for everyone to see, including her kids one day when they grow up, and it's just so like sad. No,
I'm sorry, Morgan, but you cannot be shocked that some people talk about their experiences online in this way, and you cannot be like disgusted and disturbed by this when this was the content that you yourself decided to post online and create in the first place in response to finding out you were pregnant a second time. I could say the exact same thing to you. Can you imagine your son growing up and seeing that? Like, I can't believe you would be so shocked at other mothers sharing their experience when you've done the exact same thing. And just to be completely clear here, I do not blame Morgan at all for her reaction here. She nearly died during childbirth the first time, I'll say it again. And she was, understandably, when she got pregnant the second time, terrified. That's completely understandable. I think this reaction, it makes sense. I would never judge her for having this reaction. It is heartbreaking to see that fear in her, to see those tears. Like, you absolutely do feel for her. But also, if she's going to complain about mothers talking about their experience of like, oh, you know what, this is something I regret about being a mother or parenthood. If I had to make the choice again, maybe I would do this differently, or I wouldn't do this, or whatever. If she's going to complain about mothers doing that, then you have to accept that some people are going to say to you, well, how is your kid going to feel growing up and seeing that this was your first response to discovering their conception was your complete and utter devastation? Like, you could make these same arguments, you could say the same thing. It just feels like a bit of hypocrisy from Morgan here. She's shaming other people when she's done a very similar thing herself.
It's insane, and I don't want to invalidate like a feeling of, you know, whatever. I'm sure, I know that moms do struggle with that, so I don't want to be like, oh, you're horrible for thinking that. But you are wild to say that out loud on national television. Like, that's something you need to like go talk to your therapist about. But anyways, all that to say,
again, Morgan, you can't sit there all shocked and be like, don't say that, that's crazy, with all this stuff. When we've seen all the stuff that you and Paul have posted online over the years in the name of being what you would describe as real and raw, all your arguments, your tears, your just pure misery all the time. Like, for you to be shocked at other people posting stuff online and be like, you can't say that.
You can hit products right here and take a look at this extensive marketplace.
It's crazy, but like with what you're posting, it just feels a bit hypocritical, you know? It's like she lacks a lot of self-awareness, I don't know.
I feel like that's just sad for those people who have those beliefs, and like what a sad life you have clearly had to get to where you're at now.
Again, do you realize people say that about you? And she gets so mad when people say that about her. And yet she's here saying about
Oh,
other
it
people.
is? I didn't hear it go off. Sorry.
It's fun.
If you have the ability to get on your phone and record a video about that, like, your life is not as bad as what you're talking about. You know, like, we're not as in dire straits as what you think is going on, you know?
What a terrible, terrible, terrible take. This reminds me a lot of the people who say things to me like, why are you a feminist? What needs do you not have as an individual right now? When my overall ideology of feminism is not based on my individual needs, but on what I think is best for people as a whole. Like, I speak out about things like FGM and trans rights and having access to abortion, not because those things affect me personally, but because I think calling out and standing up for those things respectively will make the quality of life better for people, will make the quality of life better for people overall. I don't see how a person being allowed a public platform to say, hey, we're destroying our planet right now, means we're not actually destroying our planet. Like, that's a silly, silly thing to say. And then the video or podcast ends with at least a minute of discussion about how their personal vaginas look. I'm not even joking. I am all for comprehensive sex education, but their particular vaginas are not something I wish to discuss in detail. So let's just end the video here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you for watching today. I really
It's
hope you
okay.
enjoyed this as something a little bit lighter and less in depth and sillier than normal and like less low stakes and so on. It's been quite fun. I am going to make responses to the other two podcasts because, like I say, they're just kind of interesting to me at the minute, and I hope you guys will enjoy watching them. Sorry, I'm a little scruffy and messy at the minute. My hair is literally like straight out the bath, still not even completely dry yet, and I am in desperate need of dyeing my hair and having a haircut, but life has been absolutely crazy right now. I think you all kind of know and have been, well, not, if you're new here you might not, but for those of you who've been following me for a long time, I just dealt with my dog being quite severely ill for several months, and having a lot of seizures and having to deal with a lot of medication and the side effects of that, and I sadly lost her in February, and it was the most devastating loss of my life. So I've gone from dealing with that to moving house to now trying to buy a house, and it's just, there's a lot going on in my life right now. So basic things like taking care of myself in terms of getting a haircut and keeping it dyed have just gone out of the window temporarily. But I'm starting to sort myself out again, and I'm coming around, and yeah, things are getting slowly back on track. But for now, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has watched this video and who has supported me through these last few months that have been really, really difficult. I do appreciate you and your time so, so much, and I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you want to see more from me, I do have a second channel where I have been catching up, posting some of my reading wrap-ups every month, which is where I talk about what books I've read in the month and which ones I really liked, and a couple that I didn't like. Mostly though, I've read some really, really good stuff this year. I've been really enjoying it, so you can go and watch them from my second channel. I've also posted some fun bits of things I was doing to kind of like distract myself, like going to shows and seeing some live music, and I got some photos and videos in like little vloggy style bits for you over there. And I'm also going to be, last night, I found, like, so around like 24 hours ago now, you might have seen some of my videos. I've spoken a lot about Frida McFadden lately and her books, and I went through her old blogs and spoke a lot about some of her viewpoints and stuff. And then last night, Frida McFadden came out and revealed her real name as Dr. Sarah Eileen Cohen. And I was like, oh my god, she's finally like revealed her true identity. She's not hiding behind a pseudonym anymore. And then I was like, okay, let me just like do a little Google. And I found she had a whole series of, not exactly blog posts, but like articles and opinion posts and stuff that she'd written for a website for medical professionals. But I ended up reading through like a whole bunch of her posts, and I was like, this is so fascinating, because so many of the things she was writing under her real name on this professional medical website for doctors and medical professionals were on the same topics as she was talking about on her private blog under the name
Fizzy and Frida McFadden. And she was writing about these same issues at the same time, but in completely different ways. So I am considering just now filming a very quick video about that for the second channel because fascinating. I feel, as an autistic woman, I get quite like, I get a little bit obsessed with things sometimes. When I find it interesting, I'm like, I need to find out everything about this. And I do a lot of research and reading and get really involved in it. And at the minute, my special interest seems to be Frida McFadden for some reason. I don't know why. I just find her fascinating as a being. So, if you want to see that over my second channel, I think I'm going to film a little thing now. It won't be very in-depth, I'll just kind of talk about it vaguely, but yeah, crazy. Anyway, thank you for watching, and if you'd like to support me and my channel, I do have a little bit of merch available. I do have some photography and art prints available on my website if you are interested in any of them. I have Patreon, and if you just want to kind of keep up with me and my life and all of that fun stuff, I do have an Instagram account where you can go follow me, where I post lots of things like nature photos. I do lots of live music photography, so I tend to post that. And I also just post little things like makeup posts and photos of my friends, and it's just a personal little Instagram account. And I also post on my stories when I release new videos, so you can make sure you keep up to date over there if you want. Anyway, this was a long outro, but thank you for watching. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you again soon. Let me know down in the comments what you thought of this, and yeah, crazy, wasn't it?
Joyrise. Pop star Katy Perry is being investigated by Victoria Police over sexual assault allegations.
It's a crazy night. I've never been around so many. Katy Perry finger banged my cleavage. It was a weird night.
And I want to say it was 2012, but don't quote me on that. Early 2010s, late 2000s. Katy Perry was on like one of those late night talk shows talking about, I don't even think I can say it. Like, this happened on a late night talk show. I cannot find any clips about it, but the articles are there. That shit has been scrubbed from the internet.
Something like that. Yeah.
Ivan, even though you're hot and confident, your heart is still beating out of your little chest. So, Ivan, we want to make you and your dreams come true, because I'm sure you've never kissed a pop star, have you?
You're standing still when Katy Perry walks by and...
I have met her before, and yeah, she's like...
That's her thing.
Yeah, you know, she's aggressive. I like it.
Not only did Katy Perry go to space, but she also killed a nun. Plus, in America, there's a whole law made after her called the Perry Act to prevent her from abusing elderly people ever again.
What is up, guys, and welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel if you guys are new. Now, we've got quite a bit to go into, because you have Ruby Rose, who is claiming that she was sexually assaulted by Katy Perry. I mean, my goodness, reading this story, I was just like, whoa, this is a lot. This is a lot to get on into. I'm going to report on this as respectful as possible. I wasn't there, neither were you. The reason why I'm saying that is because I've seen a bunch of, like, Katy Perry stands in, like, under Ruby Rose comment section, talking about how, like, you're a clout chaser, you just wish you had a career as big as Katy Perry, you know, these people do anything for clout, you're a liar, and calling her every name under the sun. And I just feel like that approach right now, especially when a case is still standing and pending, I just feel like that isn't the right approach whatsoever. If it comes out that, you know, and there's solid proof to show that Ruby Rose was lying, then that's a different story, right? But as of now, when the story is just breaking, I feel like everyone needs to calm down. I get it, it's your fave, they're talking about, but just, you don't know the celebrities from nowhere. Either way, someone's lying. Ruby Rose has accused Katy Perry of sexual assault, but you've got Katy Perry's team making a statement saying that everything Ruby Rose has said is categorically false and simply dangerous lies. There was more that they mentioned in the statement, so stick around because we've got quite a bit to go into when it comes to that. Also, Katy Perry posted something on her Instagram story, which is kind of like a subliminal, but yeah, people who lie about SA, can I just start by saying that? And that's not me saying that about Ruby Rose, but like, since we're having this conversation, I need to mention it because it's such a strange thing to do. You know, these types of accusations are completely career ending a lot of the times. Well, actually, in Hollywood, is it really? You've got people who beat women, people who assault women, so... Ew. Alright, guys. guys, so before we go ahead and get on to today's video, I want to talk to you guys about something that I feel like a lot of us don't take as seriously enough, and that is mental health. Life can get overwhelmingly chaotic at some times, whether it's stress, whether it's relationships, or just being stuck in your own head. I've been very vocal about my own personal journey with mental health and healing. I know for me, even just talking things through can make the biggest difference. I remember a time where I was overthinking everything. I mean, I was like replaying situations in my head over and over again, stressing myself out, but talking things through made me realize that I'm way too hard on myself. It honestly shifted the way that I would handle things after that, because I started to view situations in a lot more calmer way rather than viewing the worst. I used to always fear the worst and just go based on those emotions of sadness, and I don't know, I'm not stuck in that anymore. I just view things a lot more calmly now, which is a major big deal for someone like me. And I know some of you guys can probably relate to that. And that's why I'm collaborating with BetterHelp for today's video. It's an online therapy platform that helps you connect with an online therapist. I would have to go based on their timing, but it's just, again, personalized to you and what it is that you are looking. If you guys are thinking of trying, you feel like Katy Perry's Popeye link, okay? That will be down below in the description as well as on the screen for you guys, so get it whilst you can. And yes, let's go ahead and get back onto the video. I do feel like Katy Perry's past is creeping up on her. There's been plenty of things that Katy Perry has done specifically in the 2010s. I don't want people to be like, oh my god, but the 2010s was a different time. No, but it's still not okay. Same way, a lot of things Shane Dawson was doing on YouTube, the things that he was saying, the things that he was doing, the things that was concealed in the name of humor, it just still isn't okay, and that's why he was dragged in the 2020s. Even though he should have had the dragons, the same lashings in the 2010s, okay? I get it, like humor is subjective and all that, but that's not necessary in today's conversation. It isn't acceptable. Keep your hands to yourself, and I feel like 2010's Katy Perry specifically didn't know a single thing about boundaries, and that's why, you know, you've got one person coming out, and then you've got multiple people coming out the floodgates like, okay, this is my story with Katy Perry. This isn't a great look for you, Katy. Also, the trajectory of your career hasn't exactly been the greatest. You had a tour which technically did well. I know people were saying it was a flop. I mean, the choreography looks an absolute mess. She looked a mess a lot of the times, but it still did well. Katy Perry has a career. There's no denying that. If she's not going to space... then she's apparently just like grabbing boys by their butts, and it's just really strange, okay? If she hasn't learnt it now at her big age, even though she was a grown-ass adult in the 2010s too, there are two instances that stick out to me. Number one, Shawn Mendes was on the red carpet.
Yes, I know. You sent that to me on email. That's
Yes. Now, Shawn, you're performing tonight.
Yeah.
You're also nominated for 3 awards, and you're introducing Dea.
Yes.
Are you staying hydrated, and are you carbo loading?
Someone was just touching my butt. I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Do not touch his butt.
Oh, it's Katy Perry was touching my butt.
I thought Katy Perry touched your butt. Oh my god.
Huge Katy Perry fan.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say?
I was just asking, are you excited? Are you excited? There's a lot going on tonight for you.
Yes, so excited. I'm very excited tonight. I'm sorry, now I'm all stunned. I've never met her before.
And then you've got people at the time saying, oh my god, she's so iconic, like I wish I could do that. Girl, that is literally sexual harassment. That, like, if nobody's told you, hey, I'm here to tell you, that's it. But she needs to learn boundary if she hasn't already. And if she hasn't learned it already, then it's really scary that she has a child. I want to believe that Katy Perry knows about boundaries, but she didn't in the 2010s when she was still an adult. So, yeah, that whole Shawn Mendes encounter was really strange. Even so that I think 17 magazine had to like make a statement saying that that just isn't okay. And like the whole double standards of like if it was a man that done it. Oh my god, the amount of headlines. Another encounter with Justin Bieber in 2012 when he was 18 and she was a grown adult. She went to go and grab that man's ass for what cheeks? Oh, for what cheeks? Another encounter of young Justin talking about his encounter with Katy, and it just seems very inappropriate. Now, these celebrities haven't come out to say, oh my god, I feel so uncomfortable around Katy Perry X, Y, and Z, right? No. But it still is just Katy Perry overstepping boundaries and possibly doing it because she feels like, you know, I'm hot, I'm popping, I have hits on hits on hits on hits, and I'm that girl, period. Yes, in the 2010s, you were that girl, Katy, and that's why I want to know what happened now. But that's not what today is about anyways.
See that light over there? It's all right that I'm having a little fun tonight. How old are you?
21.
And what's your name?
Ivan.
Ladies, make some noise if you would to Ivan. Come here. I'm not gonna bite you yet.
Something like that. Yeah.
Ivan, even though you're hot and confident, your heart is still beating out of your little chest. So, Ivan, we want to make you and your dreams come true, because I'm sure you've never kissed a pop star, have you? Well, Ivan, you are such a nice boy and obviously good looking. I should not give you this, but I will. Come here, closer. See that light over there? How old are you again?
14.
Now, what's your name, cowboy?
Robert.
Robert, are you nervous? Yes. And are all your friends down there? Are you back in school? Staying in school? That's good. You're going to be real, real popular on Monday. Robert, listen, I don't know. This is going to be awkward in front of your father, but have you ever been kissed? Listen, Robert, I know you might be too young to really understand the game. But honey, when a woman kisses you, you gotta kiss her back. Say it one more time right here. Oh, this isn't your lucky day. They just told me in my ear that my husband is actually here to surprise me.
Flirting with an 18-year-old Bo Burnham.
Okay, I totally can't wait for this next performer. He's funny, he's filthy, and he's gotten over 20 million views on his YouTube, and he's only 18 years old. Thank God you're 18 and late. He's here to play his world premiere of his new song. Welcome to YouTube. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Bo Burnham!
Thank you, Mrs. Perry.
That's just what we have on video. Katy Perry's co-star Josh Kloss on the music video Teenage Dream spoke out and accused Perry of exposing his privates to people at a party. He was quoted saying, "She pulled my Adidas sweats and underwear out as far as she could to show a couple of her guy friends and the crowd around us my privates." He went on to say, "Can you imagine how pathetic and embarrassed I felt?" I don't believe Perry ever formally acknowledged it directly, but she did say, "I don't want to say guilty until proven innocent, but there's no checks and balances. Headlines just fly, right? And there's no investigation of what it is. I don't want to add to the noise. I want to add to the truth. I don't want to comment on all things that are said about me, because if I chase that dragon, it would be about true and falsing my whole life. It's distracting from the real moment." Television show host from Georgia also spoke out against Perry, accusing her of trying to both kiss her and touch her in a sexual way. Pindalaki further claims she witnessed Perry acting inappropriately with other people at the party as well.
So let's go ahead and talk about how this even started in the first place. It started because Complex had posted something over on their Instagram. So like, you know how it was Coachella weekend, Justin Bieber headline, I think it was day 2. Katy Perry was in the crowd with her man and she was recording and she said, "Thank God he has YouTube Premium. I don't want to see no ads." And I thought that was funny because could you imagine there was ads playing on Justin Bieber's set? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I would honestly cackle. And then underneath that post, Complex post, you've got knock, knock, knock. Ruby Rose enters the chat. And she says, "Katy Perry SA'd me at Spice Market nightclub in Melbourne. Who gives a bleep what she thinks?" And I thought, ooh, First and foremost, I ain't seen Ruby Rose in a minute. Ruby Rose, I ain't seen you in a long time. How you doing? I mean, I hope you're keeping well. She was huge in the 2010s because, like, I mean, I know that she's like a presenter. She was like a presenter in like Australia, I think, working for MTV for a period of time, and then she was like doing the whole modeling thing, and then, you know, becoming an actress, and, you know, she was on Orange is the New Black. I think it was season 3. And I also want to mention something because I should have stated it earlier, but just because someone's career isn't as big as the person they're accusing of, I hate that so much. I hate it so much because that's also a reason why, as to why people don't come forward straight away, because they're just like, you know what, this person is like lawyered up and protected and has built a name in Hollywood. What do I have going on like that for real? Obviously, Ruby had a whole thing going on, but next to a Katy Perry, it isn't quite the same though, is it? So I feel like, yes, there are clout chasers, low lives out there, but it doesn't mean everybody is that same way. And I've also seen people say stuff like, but you're saying this happened 20 years ago, why are you bringing it up now? Girl, it's got nothing to do with you and I. I mean, it's been important to social media, sure, but you can't tell someone, never should you tell someone when they should speak about something that's, you know, happened to them. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, it took you 20 years? Girl, that's, no. It could take someone 50 years before they feel like, you know what, I found peace in myself to really, you know, finally reveal this. I don't have to toss and turn thinking about the what ifs. I'm ready. If someone's ready 50 years later, then bitch, they're ready 50 years later. But the thing is though, I wonder if in like some states, in some places in the world, I've heard that there's like a cut-off time. Like if you don't report something within a certain duration of time, and the police don't take it as seriously. I mean, the thing is, unfortunate thing is, even if you do report it within a certain period of time, you can report something immediately, and a lot of times police officers will not take certain things seriously. We see this happen, where justice isn't always served. So there's a lot of unfortunate things that happen when we talk about SA. Someone said she kissed a girl and you didn't like it, and that's like referring to Katy Perry's song I Kissed a Girl and I Liked Her. Ruby Rose said she didn't kiss me. She saw me resting in my best friend's lap to avoid her and bent down, pulled her underwear to the side and rubbed her disgusting veggietales, can't say it because I'll get demonetized, on my face until my eyes snapped open and I projectile vomited on her. When I read that, guys, because I had to compile a bunch of different things for today's video, of course, right? When I was like reading these things, I was just like, could you imagine that? Projectile vomiting, coochie in someone's face? And I'm not even joking around, guys. I'm actually, this is me being serious. I'm trying to do my best at reporting on this as best as I possibly can. It's not about like saying, oh, this person definitely did it or this person's a liar, because we weren't there. Only time will maybe reveal that. Who knows, right? But this is insane. What it is that she's claiming here. People don't take women seriously. Like when there's like a woman abuser, people don't take it seriously because they're like, oh my god, how could a woman do? Women are capable of plenty of things. With this story coming out, I've seen a bunch of different like forms made of people talking about how like when they were younger, they were sexually assaulted by their own mother, by their cousins, like a school teacher. Like women are capable of these things too. Someone said you can't just drop that bomb and then yeet out of here. She said after it, I threw up on her. I told the story publicly, but changed it to be a funny little drug story because I didn't know how else to handle it. Later, she agreed to help me get my US visa, so I kept it a secret. But I did tell y'all she wasn't a good person. Instead, I got attacked by everyone. She said I was only in my early 20s. I'm now 40. It has taken almost 2 decades to say this publicly. Though I'm so grateful to have made it long enough to find my voice, it just shows how much of an impact trauma and SA takes. Thank you for seeing me. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. But this whole US visa thing, I'm really trying to understand this. So is she stating that Katy Perry did her a favor and helped her with the US visa so that she can get an application to reside in the United States that isn't so united? Katy Perry is not American, she's Canadian, right? Would she even be eligible to do that? I don't know. I don't know how these things work. I don't know the logistics. She said, but hey, she wrote and signed the letters of recommendation for my US visa application in the 2010s. So there's that. Okay, so I'm hearing that because Katy Perry did you a favor, you were like, okay, I'm gonna keep very stern about this and take it to the grave with me. She said, yeah, not interested in filing a report. This is what she said at the time. She didn't change it and she ended up filing a report. But she said, yeah, not interested in filing a report over this. Not when I haven't even filed a report for the numerous RAPES at the hands of grown men. This is honestly really sad. But she's more than welcome to sue me. She won't because it happened. So she's very confident here. She's also stated in like another post that there were people that were there, present at the time, and they can come forward and defend her. And there's apparently some things on social media already that will help prove her case here. Ruby Rose, I'm gonna be real. If you want this to be something, because right now, a lot of people are thinking, okay, Ruby Rose, you've been let go by Warner Bros. Because they didn't want you no more. They dropped you because of the way you were behaving and some of the claims that you were making. They said, no. Your ex has come out back in 2018 to say that you were literally harassing her non-stop. That's not a good look on your end too. But let's just talk about these people's characters. Now, all these things could be said, and this truly did happen to Ruby Rose. It doesn't justify it in any way, shape, or form. But because all we have right now is to talk about their past, that's what we're gonna just use. Not to go based on, but we're just gonna mention it because I think it is worthy of being mentioned in these conversations as well. At the end of the day, we do not know jack shit of what's happened. She's adamant that she has everything she needs in her end to prove that this definitely did happen, even if it is 20 years later. I have photos, and it was literally in public and witnessed by multiple people. If you're gonna take, like, if we're gonna go down the whole legal route, you've got to make sure that all of these people, the witnesses, are gonna be able to detail this story as best as possible. That's like, let's be real here. You're going against someone like Katy Perry, who is legaled up boobs, has built the best of the best relationships in Hollywood. Speaking of relationships in Hollywood, Russell Brand. There's a headline, right, that says Katy Perry hinted she knew the real truth about ex Russell Brand years before SA claims. Now, she doesn't go into too much detail about it, but it's quite cryptic, but in some ways saying that, hey, there's certain things I just can't tell you guys because she did an interview. There's certain things I just can't tell you guys. At the time, people are like, wait, what? But now, because of what's happening with Russell Brand, people are like, wait, Katy Perry, let me find out that you've been knowing what this guy is capable of. Her relationship with Dr. Luke. Yes, he's produced hits on hits on hits and hits and has helped you with certain songs in your career, yes. But the fact that you were still actively working with him, absolutely disgusting. But this is what I'm saying, you're not helping yourself. Your last album was produced by Dr. Luke. What chokehold does this man have on you? Yes, he's helped produce, again, some of the best songs of your career. You didn't hear about the whole Kesha incident, and God knows if there's any other victims. Plus, there is so much more that happened in the years leading up to her silly song, She Won't Want Me Discussing. What silly song? Because now I'm trying, I promise you, I'm not trying to be like nosy, but I mean, it's been brought to social media. So now, Ruby Rose, I've got questions. Number one, what silly song are we talking about? The psychological manipulation was strong with that one. Girl, also the sun just came out, babes. I'm blinded by the light. Ruby Rose is not backing down. Someone says, it seems like you've been essayed by everyone in the industry. Have you ever thought of going to the police? She said, everyone? Lol. No, just 2 from the industry, I think, and about 10 outside of it. I said, oh? Wow. Let's say each case took only 6 months to resolve, and I did them back to back. You're asking too much of victims to spend 6 years in court reliving their abuse. You've got Katy Perry fans who have found resurfaced clips of Ruby Rose, you know, speaking very highly at Katy Perry's events, and, you know, a photo of her just with a massive poster of Katy Perry behind her, and she seems quite happy there.
I'm excited. I mean, I love Katy to bits, and I was just with her at the hotel before, and she's getting dressed up, and she's choosing between all these different outfits, and it's like, I get to see the real Katy, and then I get to come and watch the film where everybody gets to see the real Katy, so it's like, it's an honor. And the person that I was originally bringing ended up having to call in sick, so I've grabbed 2 fans out of the audience who've been waiting here since like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, I want you to be part of this, you know, come with me. And I know that's what Katy would have wanted me to do as well, so it's just going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, but let me just be real. There are so many people who, you know, get essayed, abused, whatnot, and they have to just be at certain events, whether they like it or not, or a lot of times, and also sometimes you might not even realize the weight of what just happened until 2 years later. I didn't even know that these two knew each other. You've got Anna Kendrick, who's detailing a time where Katy Perry like finger blasted her titties. I don't know if there's any other appropriate way of saying that.
The scene. So you're standing still and Katy Perry walks by and...
I have met her before, and yeah, she's like...
That's her thing.
Yeah.
Anna Kendrick, at the end of the clip, is saying that like she didn't really have a problem with it, but I still think it's really strange. You did not see this one coming. Why can't Katy Perry keep her hands to herself? This constant need to just grab someone's body parts because you just feel like it is absolutely bonkers to me. And I just want to know why no one around her never told her to stop. This is not a sense of humor thing. Like, oh my god, she's just like this. No, she's just fun. No. Being fun doesn't equate to harassment.
Here's some alleged tweets of Ruby speaking on Katy over the years.
it became less positive and more shady.
Speedo? Yeah, fruit.
Do you guys remember that like American Idol situation where a fan had never had like a girlfriend before? I don't think they had a kiss before, so their first kiss would be with Katy Perry. Now I do believe that that teenager was like 19 years old, but Katy Perry was a full-fledged adult, and she was like, "Come here," and then she gives him a kiss on the cheek, and then she's like, "Wait, like, do it again, but like make the noise, basically." And I was just like, "Yo."
No, wait, hold on.
Come here. Come here right now.
You can't
Come
be.
here right now. Come here.
What, on the cheek?
He didn't even make the smush sound.
Right, okay. Let me start over. Okay.
Katie, the fact that you can do this on television, you know, when it's televised, with adults around you, means no one's G-checked you before. Scary. And then she moves quickly, and then they end up kissing on the lips. That to me is bonkers. If a man did that, oh my god, the double standards is crazy. I've got some news for you, because when I found this out, I was like, excuse me? Anyways, he's been sentenced to time in prison for child PORN. And I was like, yes, lock him up. But what the hell is going on? He's been sentenced following his 2024 arrest for allegedly possessing child, you know what, sentenced 25 years with 15 years served in custody and 10 years suspended. He must also register as a SEX offender. Disgusting. Throw the key away. That is so at the time, Benjamin stated that the encounter with Katy Perry made him very uncomfortable, but then later switched the story and said, "No, I actually didn't feel uncomfortable. I don't feel like she is like sexually assaulted me." Because a lot of people were like, "Hey, this is kind of weird. What do you think of this, bro?" So there's that. I just thought I'd go ahead and mention that. A few of you guys were DMing me. If you don't follow me on Instagram, it's Keisha_. It's a fun time. I love to check my DM to see if there's any videos that you guys want to see and just connect with you guys over there anyways. I didn't know about the story, and I kind of wish I didn't know about it. There was like a Katy Perry lawsuit in 2018. None involved in property row dies in court. A nun embroiled in a property dispute with singer Katy Perry, because Katy Perry wanted a certain property. She wanted a convent. Anyways, had collapsed and died during a court hearing. Sister Catherine Rose was 89 years old. She was one of the two nuns locked in a legal battle with Katy and the LA, whatever the hell that's pronounced, over a former convent in the city.
Pause to read.
As for Ruby Rose, she made a statement saying that she's not allowed to legally say anymore, she's not allowed to reply to comments anymore because she has gotten the police involved. Another person who's accusing Katy Perry of, SA has said, "I believe Ruby Rose. When Katy Perry arrived at my queer party in 2010, I posed for a photo with her. I was a bit taken aback when she rested her hand on the top of my public bone during the photo. Later in the night, a friend came and complained of being groped. Guess who? Ruby Rose, I was told, was outside, sick, and never came back inside. I stand with Ruby." And then Ruby replied to that comment, and she said, "I think this was the same night. My photos are on my hard drive in the US. Oh, I kind of wish she didn't say that. Because, what if someone finds where she's staying at? Sorry, I know, I just, Hollywood is a really weird place. So, anyways, but I'm almost positive it's the same outfit. I, too, heard from people at Grounds, the next, Grounds is like the queer party, I guess, at that location. It's the same outfit I heard from people at Grounds the next day who had been assaulted. This is absolutely flipping crazy. Let's go ahead and check out the full statement that Katy Perry's team had made. A representative for Katy Perry reacted to the claims in a statement to Variety that reads, "The allegations being circulated on social media by Ruby Rose about Katy Perry are not only categorically false, they are dangerous as lies. Ruby Rose has a well-documented history of making serious public allegations on social media against various individuals, claims that have repeatedly been denied by those names." this ain't looking too good. Also, Ruby Rose does go on a lot of rants and stuff. I've seen some tweets and stuff, not rants in regards to the situation, but like even just like a year ago, even before we even knew about this, right? Where she would talk about a bunch of different things. She made some statements about Sydney Sweeney. She definitely uses Twitter. Okay, guys, that's pretty much it for today's video. Also, I want to go ahead and shout out to BetterHelp once again for sponsoring today's video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys real soon for a brand new video. Bye!
Wakey.
I am so mad because today.
I think Hollywood really wants you to cheat on your partners. I don't even think that's a conspiracy theory at this point. I think they really want you to love the idea of how sexy it is to cheat on a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, or wife. Hollywood has had a long history of glorifying romantic affairs on screen, but now it's gotten to the point where they want their co-stars to cheat on their spouses to promote the film's cheating. What the heck is this? I want to look into the worst cases of this, right? The worst cases of cheating, and how it's been normalized and glorified within the subsequent movie or film or TV show it's in, how it's gotten too far now, and some good examples that Hollywood should take from of films that have love triangles,
Okay, I'll be right there.
but they don't go as far as to glorify cheating of any kind. Because my God, the Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi stuff is unhinged and stupid and cringe, and I hate everything about this freaking degenerate industry. I saw this a lot on various CW shows like The OC had cheating. It was kind of like a sexy, hot thing. Obviously James Bond. But I want to get into the stuff that when I saw it, even as a kid, I was like, bro, this is kind of weird. This is a little bit weird, okay? The Titanic is an obvious example. Jack and Rose, the forbidden couple. Rose cheats on her fiance or whatever with Jack. Now, we let it go because Jack died. The Titanic was a tragedy, and it was a good film, so people loved it, grossed a lot of money, and Leonardo DiCaprio, he's a heartthrob, so we let it go. Rose's husband, who gives a fuck about him, right? Screw that dude. So, with Titanic, I was like, okay, forbidden love, Romeo and Juliet type story, whatever, fine. Still a bit sus, but okay, fine. Then, I'm a big Spider-Man fan, and when I see Mary Jane, pretty much cheat on every boyfriend she has in the Spider-Man trilogy, she literally is getting married to Elijah Michelson himself. And on the wedding day, without telling anybody, she just leaves and goes to Peter Parker's apartment to make out with him. Guys, that is first of all, that's the worst nightmare for any dude. For any person in a wedding who's about to get married. Your spouse has ran off to cheat on you with their ex on the wedding day. It is the most beautiful thing in this world when you see it. case of emotional cheating, you know, with basically Pam flirting with and emotionally cheating with Jim while she's with Roy. Now, look, Roy's got issues. He's got issues. Don't get me wrong. Jim's got game. And Jim and Pam didn't do anything. Well, actually, no, that's not even wrong. On the casino night, they didn't make out while she was with Roy. And I don't care if they were drunk, it's still no excuse, but you know what I'm saying? And then Jim emotionally cheats with Pam while he's with Karen. So again, I love The Office and I love Jim and Pam, don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, we are normalizing levels of snakery. Not even normalizing, we're glorifying it because we're like, oh, but they're the couple that deserves to be together, they're so beautiful. That's how it's framed, you know what I'm saying? But that's not even the worst part, okay? Now we're getting to the cases where I was like, okay, this is blatantly, like, whatever. Stranger Things, Nancy cheats on Steve with Jonathan by sleeping with him while she's still with Steve. They have not broken up at this point. In season 2, they hook up. Now, I hated Steve at this point because Steve was a pathetic dude, and I really was rooting for Jonathan to get it in. I was rooting for him to get it in all season. They do it when she's still together with Steve. Okay, fine. Now she's with Jonathan, and in season 4, she's questioning whether she has feelings for Jonathan and is getting turned on by Steve. It's like the writers tend to choose like the drama and who's attractive at the time over like what's right. And it's just like I'm at a point in my age where this stuff I could have ignored back then, but now I'm just like, bro, this is kind of really weird that all this stuff is being promoted. But okay, fine. Baby girl, Nicole Kidman is married, has a family, but this whole film is about her getting her romp on with a younger dude who's dominating her. When I saw the trailer for this, I was like, there's a lot of movies where there's a lot of older women going after younger guys. There's just like this pattern I'm seeing in Hollywood, and a lot of it happens to do with cheating. I think this movie's a psyop. But this is like an extreme example, right? There's been many movies like this in the past, don't get me wrong, where somebody cheats and almost destroys their family life and their own reputation, you know, by going with someone else. You know, we even saw Keanu Reeves in that movie with Ana de Armas, Knock Knock, where these two hot girls come and bang him, and then they blackmail him with the video and then bury him or whatever, right? It's crazy. But this is like, no, we're like getting into the eroticism of cheating.
Oh, poop. This is my tenant, Craig. He's been keeping all my tenants up at 3 in the morning for the past 3 months. He's constantly flushing the toilet and click-clacking away on his laptop. That's it. Bro's gotta go. I'm kicking him out. Just confirm and sayonara, Craig. Okay, let's find a new tenant to replace him from the Fashion Avenue.
And that brings us to the inevitable film that's the most recent one, Wuthering Heights, with Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi. And this had a lot of controversy because these two people should probably have never been casted in these roles. But even if I was to give him leeway on that, because I haven't read the book, so I don't really care much. But apparently the movie takes the romance of the book, which is a small part of the story. There's a huge... This is like a Count of Monte Cristo and a romance story put together. But the movie just takes the romance and makes it full-blown 50 Shades of Grey, right? Full-blown erotica. And it's a cheating subplot. Margot Robbie's cheating for Jacob Elordi, and they're doing obscene, crazy things together. And I'm just like, okay, fine. At least 50 Shades of Grey, I could have said Anastasia Steele didn't cheat on her husband when she was with Christian Grey. But this is not only cheating, but Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi are acting turned on by each other so much in the press, despite having, I think Jacob Elordi has a girlfriend and Margot Robbie's married and has a kid with the dude now. And she's in interviews blatantly saying, I watched this film with my friends on the private screening and it was the most intense experience ever. We were all so turned on. If Jacob Elordi walked in, I could have just eaten him up. And I'm just like, bro. She's talking about how she was held by Jacob Elordi and she felt like nothing, like she felt like that was the peak experience for her. And she was so turned on by him. Like, oh. I'm like, bro, it must be her husband wants to off himself right now with a flamethrower. Now, part of me thinks, but did Margot Robbie tell her husband this was going to happen and this is all like marketing PR? And I think it is marketing PR, but it still doesn't mean it's not fucked up. They're not the only ones who do this. Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell were doing this while Glenn Powell was engaged or had a girlfriend. They were flirting it up as well. Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby, while Vanessa Kirby's married and has a kid. She's touching his neck, and I swear they slept together. But I think we're getting to the point where, to market films, we're getting to the point where co-stars, especially when it comes to films that involve a love or romance subplot, Co-stars are actively being disloyal to their spouses by acting more turned on by each other than they might actually be, pretending to want to bang each other, just so they can drive controversy in headlines, and drive the narrative of how erotic this film is going to be, how crazy this romance is. We're getting to that point. I theorized that this was the case with Fantastic Four, with Vanessa Kirby and Pedro Pascal, and I think it's the case now. I think this is like a psyop from Hollywood that they do this type of thing. I'm telling you, man, it's happening everywhere. I'm seeing it everywhere. Scarlett Johansson was like in controversy for making out with some dude who wasn't her partner at all, but was a co-star on the Jurassic World set and on the red carpet, and they're not together. And then I see this, I'm like, guys, I feel like everyone's doing this on purpose now. Like, they know the game. They understand it very well. Like, disloyalty is being promoted as a PR tactic to promote more disloyalty within films. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist and I'm going crazy over this, but like, it's just, you gotta understand that cheating has been glorified before, and now co-stars are actively leaning into it, and it's like, it's very weird. It's very whorish, if I might say so myself. Now, I've always thought that sex has been overused in movies. We know that Hollywood loves it. But in my opinion, when it comes to cheating and love triangles, I think even that's overused too much. Hollywood loves their drama. I think Hollywood needs to take from a film like Lord of the Rings. Think about this. In Lord of the Rings, there's like a kind of love triangle between Aragorn, Éowyn, and Arwen. Arwen is his love, the love of his life, the elvish woman who abandoned immortality in Valinor for him, right? And he didn't even know that she came back for him, right? He's in war right now. In the Two Towers, him and Éowyn get close. And you could say maybe Aragorn was leading her on and Éowyn starts to fall for him. But he makes it clear that he cannot give her what she wants. In Return of the King, he tells her, I can't do this, right? Ultimately, his heart isn't with her. His heart is with his love, who he thinks is dead. But he's told by Elrond she's not dead, but she's dying. His heart is with trying to save Frodo, give him a chance, and win this war, and it's with Arwen. And he maintains that. That's his character. He doesn't cheat. He's a Chad. And he ends up marrying Arwen. That's how it should be. Those are the kind of protagonists we should idolize. Not, Oliver Queen sleeps with every single female on the show, and then bangs Laurel after cheating on her with her sister, and then bangs her sister when she comes into the fray back, and acts like everything's normal. And then convinces Diggle, bang the sister-in-law that was married to your brother who's now dead, and he's dead, so it's okay to do. What the fuck? Even when Tommy says, bro, I'm sorry for dating Laurel while you were dead, it's not cool. And he's like, Tommy, I was dead. It's okay. That's it. If you're dead, all bets are off. If you're alive, no. But if you're dead, no. Then I can do whatever I want with your girl. What kind of friends are these? It makes no sense. Hollywood loves this. It's just annoying to see a little bit as someone who's like, this guy, it's always been weird to me, but I'm only now vocalizing it because it's being way more apparent with stuff like Wuthering Heights. So those are just my quick thoughts on that, guys. Let me know what you think. Maybe Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi really just genuinely want each other and she's about to cheat on her partner. Or maybe this is like a big wave of leaning into just convincing the audiences that cheating is okay. And it's really fucked up. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Hollywood. But the army must keep growing. If you...
People think, therapy can't help me. What are your thoughts about that?
Therapy helps different people at different stages.
If anti-feminist women believe that a woman's place is in the home, why do they not go there and shut the fuck up? Y'all piss me off so bad I start to see shadowy figures in my peripherals.
I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work in a married household with kids.
And statistically, that was the case.
You're a single woman who isn't married with kids yet.
So I'm for it because of the way it is. Most women were married by the age of 21 up until the 1970s.
I think it's a woman's choice. Before that, it was societally encouraged to marry young.
Yeah, and it was better for women mental health-wise long term.
22 is the cutoff. We shouldn't be 25, 26, 27 being a feminist. That's silly. Come on. That is for children. You know what I mean? Imagine crying to the government while saying fuck the government. That makes no sense. If you identify as a feminist, that is like a signal to society that you are a confused woman. You have no idea what's going on in the world. You have no idea how we got here. All the faults of feminism you blame on capitalism, but then you're fighting for the right to be a part of capitalism. Like, it's just really crazy. Once you're 22, if you haven't started to figure out that, hey, gender roles actually are good for society and I gotta get married, you're fucked. You're fucked, okay? You shouldn't be seeing 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds at the protests. You know what I mean? Like,
feminism in our country was funded to dismantle the family unit. And if you look at the rise of feminism in our country, it also correlates to a decline in birth rates. Feminism pushed women into the workplace.
You hit the nail on the head with this, Katie.
It is not the fault of feminism or feminists that you are not a stay-at-home wife or mother. It's the fault of your empty bank account and the fault of the men who don't want to marry and retire you. The home is not a woman's place because women are conscious human beings, not public property. And those conscious human beings, those women, get to decide where their place is, what they would like to do with their lives. My very shallow goal and dream and hope for feminism is that one day women's choices will not inspire discourse in the same way that men's choices do not inspire discourse. I am so tired of getting on social media and watching, at best, a bunch of brain-dead women who do not know how stupid they sound, how dangerous they are being espousing anti-feminist rhetoric, and at worst, evil women who are smart enough to pander to men and don't care how dangerous they're being or how stupid they sound, run their mouths on podcasts, on YouTube channels, other corners of the internet, and the news. If you hate feminism so much as a woman, shut your mouth and get back in the kitchen. The only place you'd be allowed if it weren't for feminists and feminism. Feminist PR has been horrific over the past couple of years, partially because of anti-feminist rhetoric from women, though mostly due to misogynistic rhetoric from men. We have so many things we need to go over and set straight, starting with the most simple. Feminism is not the act of hating men. It is not the act of hating motherhood. It is not the act of rejecting marriage. It is not women being superior to men. Feminism is the belief in and advocacy for the political, economic, and social equality of all genders. Most often focused
Even if I sit and play Sims for 4 hours straight.
Feminism as a movement fights for tangible rights like voting, equal pay, education, freedom from gender-based
No, I mean like I've literally sat here for 4 hours and played Sims.
and power structures that sustain sexism, misogyny, and gender inequality. You don't have to be a raging lunatic to be a feminist. You don't have to be angry all the time. You don't have to protect marriage or motherhood. You don't have to
Barely. I should have been folding clothes while clothes were washing, but I haven't been. Because I really want to play Sims. It's like itching. I think because I like had such a long break off the computer that now it's like I really just want to play computer and do nothing else. Yeah, but it's not okay. I should be doing more.
Facts and data, their blatant hypocrisy. Most of these people are grifters and or severely detached from reality. Going on the news as a woman to say that women should be in the home and not on the news? Are you okay? And how much harm they do to the feminist movement, thus causing irreparable harm to women in the most oppressive situations. All of these idiots denounce and attack feminism thinking that feminism means women they don't like on Twitter, not realizing or not caring that they are demeaning a movement trying to dismantle a movement trying to liberate child brides, trying to criminalize marital rape, trying to eliminate female genital mutilation. They are actively sacrificing women so they can get clappies on Twitter. First of all, the lack of logic, the inability to come to sensible conclusions, the inability to accurately assess facts and data. If it weren't for feminism, I wouldn't have to work. Women have always been working. Whether we look to domestic domestic labor that's often overlooked due to misogyny, or we look to a presence in the workforce, something also undervalued when women do it and overlooked due to misogyny. Women have always been working. Feminism fought for women to be paid for that work. Feminism fought for protections in the workplace that benefited men and women. Feminism fought for not only women's right to earn income, be paid for their work, but have their own bank account to put that payment in. Feminism fought and fights for women's financial freedom. Not only something that all human beings deserve because they're autonomous, conscious beings, but something that became necessary because the dynamic that you idiots romanticize, women relying solely on the men in their lives, left them in abusive relationships. The reason you are working isn't because of feminism. The reason you are able to reap the benefits of working is because of feminism. You're working because you weren't born rich. You're working because your bank account is empty. You're working because you don't have an inheritance. Feminism isn't stopping you from getting a boyfriend or husband who wants to pay all of your bills and retire you. By the way, feminism is not barring you from any of your life goals, no matter how archaic they may be. And it's time you stop using feminism as the scapegoat whenever you realize you are not living a life you like. Feminism has given you more, not less. Feminism has done its job. We don't need it in the West. What world are you living in? Because it isn't the Western one. Women are still grossly underrepresented in positions of political and corporate power. They make up half the population and a fraction of leadership. 1 in 3 women will experience sexual or physical violence from a male intimate partner in her lifetime. 1 in 3. Women are still the primary targets of domestic violence, and domestic violence still remains one of the most under-prosecuted crimes in the legal system. Marital rape was not federally criminalized until 1993, and in some states, the penalties remain lighter than for rape committed by a stranger. The law still has not decided that a wife's body belongs to her. Reproductive rights and rights to privacy are actively being dismantled. Abortion access has been gutted, which means women are being denied life-saving care and procedures because doctors are afraid of retaliation from the federal government. Legislation written by people who are not doctors to police bodies they do not have. Maternal mortality in the United States is higher than any other developed nation and is rising. Black women die in childbirth at nearly 3 times the rate of white women. The medical system continues to dismiss women's symptoms and pain, meaning women are dying of treatable conditions, illnesses, ailments because nobody listened to them. Medical research has historically used male bodies as the defaults, meaning conditions that primarily affect women, endometriosis, for example, take 7 to 10 years to diagnose because the medical system does not prioritize them. Unpaid domestic labor, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the house, taking care of the children, still disproportionately falls on women, mostly going unreported because the consequences for reporting it, socially, professionally, etc., often fall on the woman, not the perpetrator. Socially, a man who is angry is commanding, decisive, a leader, passionate. A woman who is angry is hysterical, crazy, too emotional to lead. A man who is assertive gets promoted. A woman who's assertive is difficult to work with, aggressive, abrasive. The qualities that make a man fit to lead make a woman a problem. A man who prioritizes his career over family is ambitious. A woman who does the same is selfish. To be questioned about her life decisions will change her mind eventually. A woman who wants her tubes tied has to ask the man in her life for permission. A man who ages is distinguished. A woman who ages is letting herself go past her prime, has hit the wall. A man who dresses for the climate and is showing skin is simply dressing for the climate. A woman who's showing skin, dressing for the climate, is clearly asking for something, begging for male attention. A man who speaks on his sexual desire is just being a man. A woman who does the same is being crass, impure. Does she have any self-respect? She's easy. We see a smear campaign 4 times a year out of Hollywood because a woman didn't smile enough in an interview or because her humor is dry and sarcastic. The West absolutely is not settled on feminism. But the second thing that nobody brings up whenever someone says feminism has done its job, particularly in the West, is that feminism is an all-encompassing movement seeking to liberate all women, whether that be liberating women from the social oppressions in the West, the physical oppressions in the East, and or everything in between. If there is an oppressed woman on earth, feminism has not finished its job. And if freer women stop championing feminism because their oppressions have softened, who will speak for the women facing harsher oppressions? The women facing the harsher oppressions? The women who are beaten, raped, jailed, murdered for doing such? Do they lead their own movements? Of course. They're doing magnificent work fighting for liberation, but it is illogical to expect them to need no help from the outside proudly push feminism forward on behalf of themselves and women who are less free. Feminism destroyed the nuclear family. The nuclear family is starting to sound like a breeding kink from some of y'all. Setting that aside though, if a system, relationship, structure, dynamic cannot exist without the oppression of women, then it should not exist. Not only did the nuclear family not exist in the way that you guys romanticize and fetishize the look what they took from you Western man weirdo type of way. Your grandma was not at home licking the boots of your grandpa because she liked the taste. She was lobotomized, high on meds, and didn't have any money. But baby, the nuclear family still exists. You just don't have one. Feminism is not stopping you from finding a wife or a husband. It's not stopping you from having children. It's not stopping you from buying a house. It is simply creating a world where women are seen and treated as autonomous beings who have the freedom and leverage to choose if that's the lifestyle they would like to live. A world where they don't have to marry out of desperation or survival. A world where they can leave a relationship that's no longer healthy. Women were happier before. The feminist movement was born of those before women not being happy. If living as a woman without marital rape laws, without child bride laws, without equal pay or any pay for the work that you were doing, the inability to pursue education, the inability to own your own home, the inability to file for divorce, the inability to vote, etc. was enjoyable, they wouldn't have started the feminist movement. They would have simply enjoyed the enjoyable. It wasn't enjoyable. Also, what metric are we using to determine and compare women's happiness? What variables are we factoring in? Feminism is anti-men. Feminism should be anti-anything that oppresses women, be it systems, ideologies, theologies, collectives, movements, people. Feminism is not against men in their plainness. It is against patriarchy and systems that deem women lesser than men. It is against men who uphold patriarchy and systems that deem women lesser than men. If you see women wanting to be treated as equal to men, socially, politically, economically, as being anti-man, you need to ask yourself why you see the oppression of women as inherent to men. Feminism is a scam. Feminism has not promised you people anything, so how has it scammed you? Feminism never promised you happiness, financial security, or success. It never promised you community or the life you've always dreamed of. Nobody, nothing can promise you that. And that's not what feminism is, nor what it's ever been advertised to be. Feminism is a movement fighting for equality. It's giving you the right to vote, the right to divorce, the right to your own earned income, the right to own property, the right to travel without a male chaperone, sexual liberty, the ability to report marital rape, domestic violence, the right to education, and fights for more on the daily. Where's the scam? Now, the blatant hypocrisy. It really boils my piss. I hate to whip out an old term. I hate to whip out old reliable when it comes to stereotypes and narratives used against women. But do you know how fucking insane you look getting your stupid ass on the news to denounce feminism? To be a woman in a position of political or corporate power denouncing feminism? To be a woman who has pursued higher education, who is a millionaire?
We might have one of one. That's a 101 true RPA. That's a 101 true RPA false E. I actually have chills right now.
Someone else will love them on Vinted. Just snap a pic, list your item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with 0 selling fees, you keep every dollar. Sell what you don't wear. Earn cash to upgrade your style. With millions of users and low costs for...
Denouncing feminism. Do you think that being a patriarchal pick-me is a get-out-of-jail-free card? Do you think that in a world without feminism, being a patriarchy bootlicker will get you one less lashing, a meal inside with master? You're stupid as fuck and a hypocrite. Excuse my French. The woman on the podcast, her brand, her money, her platform, telling you that women belong in the home that she is not in. She is a business. She builds. She's monetizing her opinions and putting that money in her own bank account. She's doing this in public, benefiting from, utilizing the laws that feminists fought for to protect her. She's telling you that feminism was a mistake. Feminists got her that microphone. Feminists made sure she had the legal standing to own that business and keep her earnings, sign those contracts. She is biting the hands that fed her. She is actively pulling up the ladder behind her. And she is perfectly fine, leaving fucking dust, oppression, and suffering for all of you. The woman who argues that women are naturally more emotional, more nurturing, more suited for domesticity, who says women aren't fit to lead, then goes on to be loud as a fucking blowhorn on the biggest platforms in the world, or leads her own company, goes on to pursue or hold a position of power of her own, who is sharp, strategic, and ambitious with every move that she makes, and then goes on to tell other women those traits aren't feminine. She is the counterexample to her own argument. She is a hypocrite. And again, is biting the hands that feed her and pulling the ladder up behind herself. Is perfectly fine, leaving fucking dust, oppression, and suffering for the rest of you. The woman who says feminism destroyed the nuclear family despite being single or divorced herself, despite being childless, or in a relationship that does not remotely resemble a traditional structure, who is protected from the consequences that once existed for that because of feminism, who is protected by the very rights she fights and argues against. Absolutely delusional people. We have seen countless women parrot anti-feminist rhetoric and talking points, carry water for men and systems that hate them. Women aren't oppressed. Just to turn around 20 minutes later, eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down their face, snot running out of their nose, because they found out the hard way that they weren't the exception to the fucking rule. Idiots, hypocrites, or both. Either way, people you should not be listening to. And finally, the harm. All of the foolish antics female anti-feminists participate in cause irreparable harm to women around the world. And at the root of it, that's the beef I have with them. There is a slight chance I might find their stupidity entertaining, endearing, worthy of pity, if it weren't so dangerous. I know there are many people who have no idea what feminism is, who think feminism is dictated by random, unlikable people on Twitter, by a girl who was mean to them in childhood, or even a woman who was mean to them today. People who refuse to separate a negative experience with a woman who identifies as a feminist from feminism as a movement. But it is infinitely worse when you see that these people are women who act as traitors to other women and the feminist movement, who act as tokens and help spread a narrative that feminism is no longer necessary or is defined by the inaccurate aforementioned. To denounce feminism, to push back against feminism, is to push the oppression of girls and women everywhere forward. There are an estimated 650 million girls who were married under the age of 18. To the anti-feminists, should that number be higher? Child marriage is happening all over the world right now, and it is feminists and feminist organizations working to stop it. It is feminists and feminist organizations on the ground fighting against it. When you lock arms with people demeaning, denouncing, working to dismantle feminism and the feminist movement, you are handing them a child bride. Female genital mutilation affects more than 200 million women and girls alive today. To anti-feminists, should it be more? It's performed on children without consent, because children can't consent, with lifelong physical and psychological consequences. Feminism is fighting to criminalize it, to prosecute it, to protect women and girls from it. When you get your stupid ass on the internet to say feminism is a scam, you're talking about those girls too, whether you're smart enough to realize it's all connected or not. Marital rape is still not criminalized in 36 countries. Anti-feminists, should it be more? Women are being legally raped by their husbands with no recourse, no protection, no legal personhood. It is who? You guessed it, feminists, working to change that. When you denounce feminism, you're throwing those women away. Women in multiple countries still cannot leave the house without a male chaperone, without a male guardian's permission, cannot travel, cannot work, cannot access healthcare, cannot make a single decision for their own life or body without a man to sign off on it. The movement fighting for their legal personhood, the people fighting for their legal personhood, are the ones and is the one you're claiming is irrelevant, the one that's already done its job. As you bask in the comforts the feminist movement gave you, of course. Honor-based violence kills thousands of women every year. Women, girls, killed by their own families over perceived violations of purity and obedience. Want to take a guess of who's fighting against that? Women fleeing domestic violence in countries that offer them no legal protections. No recognition that what's happening to them is even a crime. It's feminist advocacy that builds those shelters caretakers fights to pass those laws trains those caretakers. One of my biggest gripes with political conversation and discourse on social media is the people who end up with the biggest platforms wind up in positions where they can engage in intense and impactful conversations that will change the course of other people's lives severely for fun, for engagement, for money, while remaining completely insulated from the consequences those conversations will have. Erica Kirk is never going to suffer because of her anti-feminist rhetoric. She'll suffer standard misogyny like the rest of us, but when she gets on stage and says that women and girls shouldn't pursue education and should instead pursue husbands, she'll never face the consequence of that because she's already been educated. She's already rich. She's already in a position where the majority of social and legislative consequences cannot reach her. It isn't some random Midwestern married 23-year-old who posts TikTok videos in milkmaid dresses baking cookies talking about how her boyfriend is a gift from God and how thankful she is she doesn't have to wipe her own ass anymore because he does it for her. Who will face any of the consequences for the oppressive kink roleplay she's narrating for her audience? The child bride will pay the price. The girl who was cut will pay the price. The girl who was taken from her classroom in Chibok will pay the price. The girl in Afghanistan who had a bright future will pay the price. Anti-feminist women are sacrificing girls and women they will never meet in situations they cannot imagine, for clicks, for views, for money, and for the approval of men who do not respect them. They will never have to look those women in the eye. They will never have to meet those girls. What they do is deplorable and unforgivable. I have no interest in telling you how to live your life. I want you to be a mother if that's what you wish. I want you to be a wife if that's what you wish. I want you to be single if that's what you wish. I want you to be educated if that's what you wish. I want you to be cultured if that's what you wish. I want you to travel if that's what you wish. I want you to build a home if that's what you wish. I want you to fall in love if that's what you wish. I want you to build an empire if that's what you wish. I want you to be exactly, unapologetically who you are. I want you to get everything you want, to do everything you could possibly think of with your life. I also want you to be safe. I want you to be respected. I want you to be valued. I want you to be protected. I want you to be represented in the world around you. I want you to be heard. I want you to be believed. I want you to be taken seriously, treated as an authority on your own experience. I want you to be more than someone else's property, someone's afterthought, someone's exception, someone's mother, wife, daughter, sister. I want the entirety of your personhood to be recognized. So when these women get on the internet or hilariously get on the news and tell you that you need to reject feminism, remember what they're actually asking you to do. They want you to reject the only thing fighting to make sure that the life you live is actually your life, the life you chose. They are asking you to fight against your own best interests. They are asking you to forego protections that millions of women before you fought for. They are asking you to leave other women of the world behind. They are asking you to give up every right, every freedom, every protection that they themselves intend to keep. Do not do it. Too many women paid too high a price for you to be here and have the right to choose, have the rights, freedoms, and protections you have. So you could speak, so you could decide, so you could protect yourself, so that you can live the life you actually want to live. Honor that.
YouTube video. It's time for anti-feminist women to shut the fuck up.
Brought to you by NordVPN. No, too fat. Nah, too ugly. Next. Way too old. You a match with me? Next. Who's this? Next. That's who it is. Oh, yeah, she's kind of cute. Next. A match. So, what do you like to do for fun? Go on. How long have you been married?
I think it's 7-8 years now.
7-8 years, yeah. I mean, look, it takes less time to get a PhD than that.
Exactly.
You're an expert. We're going to help young men figure out how to meet ladies.
Let's do it.
I don't know, if I was, like, single and I didn't want to use an app, I don't even know what to do. Except, like, wander around on the street.
Yeah, like a vagrant.
Like, hello?
Do you have any love and affection? Love and affection, please.
I'd paint a tan line on my wedding ring finger and just kind of wave around. I've seen those videos where people sit on a park bench, have painted themselves silver, and pretend to be a statue. Now, in terms of strategies of getting people to sit close to you, and then giving them a scare, that's a pretty good one.
You're a rare metal too. You're shiny. You're attractive in that way.
Ladies love that.
I've got it. All right, so you're the silver guy. You're on the bench.
Silver guy, yeah.
She's next to you. You can listen in for a while to get a feel for her likes and dislikes.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
So, then you club her in the head and drag her to your cave.
They love that.
They like an assertive man.
What are you supposed to do? Where are you supposed to... Like the library? This is the library, except for it's just where homeless people hang out now, right? I suppose we could date the homeless.
We can date the homeless.
Hey, wait a minute. How come no one's done this service?
I'm not talking.
Are desperate. They're a good target. And they're out there. They're not on the apps. They're out there.
How's the YouTube video going?
And they require, in general.
The problem is there is a far higher ratio of homeless men to homeless women. So I think it's about 4 homeless men to every...
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
I think we need to increase the number of homeless women.
This is called big picture thinking. This is blue ocean marketing, they call this. Okay, you're zeroing in on what's important here.
There's the damsel in distress. The lady wants to be rescued. The man wants to be the rescuer. So if we simply...
Alright, we're officially pregnant.
More in distress.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, see, the damsel in food insecurity. This is what that's called.
I don't really know what to talk about. I guess I could narrate what I'm doing, but I don't know. I don't know if my character looks accurate to me. I did best I could. Man, she's got a big pregnant belly already.
Muscatibs. Bow. Fredoy Yabiba Squadzo.
Nobody.
Lenarge. Tenabib, Meepew. Lenore. The tour?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and then you're like, hey, hold on. There might be some nice homeless ladies out there, right?
There might be. I don't know. It might.
Is it? Okay.
Yesterday, huh?
No, go on. Your statement.
I think that one will just get me in trouble.
Oh, this so far is just, it's above board. This is copacetic.
Well, okay. Obviously, you and I.
I'm a mentor.
Ooh, okay, what am I?
Let's find out. Sing to it.
Okay. I don't know what to sing.
Sounds like you're an alto.
Look at you, an alto. Okay, so this is
all the songs will now be adjusted to your vocal range.
Now just pick the songs you love, get feedback on your singing, and make a playlist so you can sing on the go.
This is so cool.
I know. You thank me later, or do the dishes now. How about actually dishes?
Alright.
Be your wedding
reasons why my
No
renters
way.
hate me as a landlord.
This would be
First of
much
all, I
happier.
gave myself a luxury apartment for free while my renters
It
get to choose
takes,
from the basic
for
model.
this,
I also upgraded
it's
our energy supply to
expensive,
nuclear and I put the
and
reactor in their
they're, like,
building.
all
No wonder I've been
handmade,
getting emails
so,
about random
doesn't
sicknesses.
ship
Also,
from
to save on
it,
plumbing, I
ship
just
from
had a community bathroom made that everybody has to share. This is Rent Please, where you get to play as a
I'm nothing.
landlord. Set rent prices as high or as low as you want, and it's up to you to keep your residents happy. Tap here to...
I'm not domestic abusers.
Obviously, this has yet to be proven in a
10 out of 10. Couldn't have a more perfect score.
S tier.
With that in mind, so you go to one of those shelters and you just hang around outside, and you're one of the good guys. So it's like, is it? You know what I mean? It's like there'll be high traffic with women going in and out, so it's kind of like.
That's true because like you don't start like a food cart in a part of town that has no foot traffic.
Correct.
You gotta get the volume of customers.
Yes.
You gotta have.
No, you
know how to
gotta,
name one
you
of those
gotta
until
meet
he
people
puts
where
the
they
volume
are.
That's business 101.
Yep. Where can we go to find a better
I said that
ratio?
earlier, but I don't think you heard me.
Yeah, how can you increase the
probably have my
density
headphones in, like,
of a
it's
woman
noise
per
canceled.
square foot?
Yeah, it's okay.
Open a Home Goods?
Be alright if I take
Open a
drugs after
Michael's?
we get back?
Yeah, of course.
I know what to do. I know exactly what
I
to do.
I don't think I will because I don't want to be loopy for work in the morning, but
It says
you're
here,
welcome to.
Personal care.
Child care workers and teachers' aides.
All right, get this. I get this. You find a woman,
Yeah.
you marry her, you have a kid.
I've always wanted
Yup.
to sort
Put
of like
that
that.
kid in daycare.
Yup.
There's where the ladies are. She's right there.
Hey, he's cracked it.
What do you think?
Although currently,
That, or you dress up as a kid.
Yeah, it's a lot.
yeah, so nowhere in our near future.
You
After we meet the
You got the little propeller beanie.
Well,
Multicolored.
and Sims were married and pregnant.
dazzle her with, you know, your
I'm
knowledge
pregnant?
of
Yeah.
poetry.
And dinosaur taxonomy.
You're like, oh, crazy. You sound just like Kierkegaard. And then.
You wanna see our little
Susan,
house?
Thank you. That was such an important lesson. I'll remember it forever. You say, as you take.
Don't
off
have
the
enough money to
veil
add additions, but I've been
and
slowly adding
grow
additions
fully,
as we
revealing
collect
yourself
more
to
money.
be an
I wish
adult
we
the
had
whole
money
time.
to slowly
At which
add
point you
additions.
say, a date, please, teacher.
Oh yeah, you know what's a way
It's all
that they
purple and
always,
pink with
meet
some
women
wood.
in, like,
I love
TV
it.
shows.
Yeah.
They'll like run into a girl carrying like a
And
crate.
see, we
full
got
of
little
papers.
purple and
Oh,
blue
yes,
frogs.
Like a guy
Yeah.
holding a coffee
See,
and he spills
there's
the
one.
coffee on himself.
2. This one's got polka dots on it.
Yeah, that
Oh my
means they're
god, I'm so
poisonous.
sorry. Begins patting
Good.
him down unthinkingly. Oh, whoops, I'm patting all over his body.
I know.
And then the conversation goes from there.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Of course, that's what we should be doing. Walking around with coffee all the time.
Oh, just in the game. I wish I was pregnant in real life, but then again I don't because I'm very poor.
Ooh, keep that there.
I have had very bad baby fever as of recently. I'm not sure why. I'm currently on my period. And it's just like I keep seeing babies everywhere, and one of my sisters is pregnant right now, and I'm just like having baby envy, like a lot. So it's nice to play Sims and be able to be like, okay, here's my little fantasy world where
Skeeves Sapula, huh?
everything is how I want it to be.
Crazo!
Flari Griha, Galba Lima Glenk, Hemka Harb Dolphus, Sabomanukum, Bibwa, Karenzi, Ma, Biamba.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I also feel very guilty about, like, bringing kids into the current climate of the world. Like, I feel like the world sucks a lot, so it'd be very, like, selfish to subject a human being to that. So as much as, like, I not only just want to have a kid, but I want to be pregnant in particular, I don't think morally that's, like, a sound decision to make. But, you know. Making this Sims game more depressing. Yeah. I don't know, I think I just got really radicalized after the Epstein files, where I'm like, oh, this world is too evil and does not deserve children. No siree. Yeah. I don't know. It sucks because, like, I've always wanted to be a mom, and I've always wanted to be pregnant in particular, but I don't know. Purposely, like, creating a human seems mean to that human. Like, it's one thing to adopt a human that's already existing and just, like, needs a home, but, like, creating a human being, like, welcome, there's climate change, and you will have to work ridiculous hours and never have any free time because of the cost of living. Welcome to the world, baby Lilith. Like, I don't know. I feel like the world would have to be really different in order for me to, like, feel okay with having a kid. I don't know. But in Sims, I can have all the babies I want because it's my pretend place. It's probably why I'm so addicted to playing Sims. It's just like this little imaginary world where everything's okay. You just kind of exist. There's no war or cruelty. You just people interacting and doing stuff. I am from New York. I live right outside of the city of Syracuse, so I basically live in Syracuse. Yeah, I definitely like where I'm at currently, because I get to enjoy, like, a lot of city stuff without having to be, like, directly in the city. So I feel like I kind of get the best of both worlds, which is really nice. Auto mod held a smart message detected held out. Posted to chat. I very much hate Donald Trump. I mean, he's a rapist pedophile, so I feel like that should be, like, the default opinion, but I know it's not. I feel like it shouldn't be controversial to say that, but here we are. It's 2026, and It's all still normal.
Dad.
Mm.
Zuzu.
Just realized.
Bars. Skate hep yum. Avalini, sled. Yishla. Shinishu. Shishtawam. Yims. Yes, a body of bar. Zappo. Oh, Bisha. Rolla. Grihal. Jesney. Oh, the Pepto. Ukam. Roy with sugar baby. Roby?
They're all just hanging out, happy as little clowns.
Gossip. Bimbus.
So.
Philibok?
Yes. Next up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I don't know, it's frustrating because there's still some people that like don't believe that bombing of the schoolgirl was done by America, and it's like who else has those weapons? Like, yeah. Though what do I know? I've never worked in government, but yeah, the war itself is just ridiculous. It's just America is just like this like evil dictatorship, aggressive. And there goes the washer.
Jabini Nobe. Lamita Noonkim. Shape it. Watch. Rena the Yonki? Luda. Mabish. Shimre Parlalidim. Saya. Rena the Yonki? Luda. Rasha Parbaleo. Conjunjoy. Oopla. Caesar Chabot. Oh, Yabahorn. Ansoga. Billing. Nermocrinkus.
I hate making that joke about myself, but you pushed me there. You did it.
That's so funny. That is so funny.
I'm glad you think so.
And we got to think up a pickup line. What are we gonna say? I tell you what one I've always hated. I've heard this one in like movies and stuff. Did it hurt? Huh? What? Did it hurt when you fell from heaven? And it's like,
yeah, it is annoying.
That doesn't work on so many levels that I just like I hate it.
I don't think the Democrats are as left-leaning as I would like. I'm a socialist, but I don't know if that's controversial to say, but I would still vote for Kamala because I think she is a much better option. I don't know of anybody else who's currently running, but then again, I don't stay super up to date with politics because I get depressed really easily, so these days I tune it out a lot. I don't keep up with the news so much, but yeah, no, with everything that I know currently, at least, I would vote for her. But she's the only person on the left that I know of running. I'm much more a fan of like the Mondani type, but you know, he's not running for that. He's a mayor and I don't even think he's perfect, but he's human. But I don't know, he at least seems like he's like trying to make things better. I would bet either the US or Canada from the way you speak. But I'm not always the best judge of character, so I'm not 100% sure. No? I don't know, where are you from? If you want to share that, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Turinga, Mayula, Ogres, Kira,
veggietales. Well, veggietales. Not civil. Who years? Nada. Inar. Palkatu. F Farbu. Libahana.
Alright. Oh, Israel? It's the only one I can think of. I gotta go to the laundromat now. I don't want to, but I have to. Meow. Oh, my big chungus boy. How's he doing? You're my big boy. You're my big boy. If I tell you. I'm trying to think of where Trump's been praising. I feel like he's just been attacking everybody lately. The only ally that we currently have consistently is Israel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna start loading the car up. Yeah. Your big boy. What is it, baby? What is it, baby boy? You just gonna follow me into whatever room I go into? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go to the laundromat.